Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Well, good morning. Welcome to this Indiana Derby Day edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis on the big day of the meet. Alongside Rachel McLaughlin, track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have all of you with us here at the races. Action-packed day. Mother Nature had her say during the morning hours. Main track is labeled Wet Fast, and we do have a couple of big races coming up later today that will be run over the turf course. That rated good, and there's no portable rail up, but 12 races, 8 premier races of the 12. Really looking forward to the card.
Yeah, and we did take a couple of the early turf races off, but as you can see, well, I don't know if we're going to be able to show it, but it is clearing up. It stopped raining. The sun is supposed to be coming out soon, and we did take off a few of the races on the turf. So races 5 and 7 will be run on the main track, and then the rest will be on the turf course. So it's good for races 9 and 10, and it's wet fast right now, but we're hoping for some warm weather to dry it out.
And again, you can always follow and tweet us at HS Indy Racing. A lot of people want to have their say on the big day of the race meet, but Rachel just alluded to it. The 2 races that remain on the turf course here, that'll be the running of the Jonathan Schuster Memorial. Looking forward to that. And race 10 of our 12. Again, we do have 8 premier races here today, and the second one to go on the turf course, that'll be the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, and scratch from that, One Princess Theorem for Hardy Constitution. So a couple of scratches, but still a nice field to take part in the second of our turf races, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Last year, Ivar won the Jonathan Schuster Memorial, so looking forward to that as the 9th race of 12 here on the racing program. Official forecast, Shelbyville, right here, Fairland, downtown, it was just pouring.
That's what Jenna said. She's here from Saito to help me out, and she said that it was just completely pouring this morning. And in Greenfield, which I'm a little bit farther north, there was thunder, there was lightning, there was a deluge of rain, and my spirits fell. But then I thought, you know what? I've been manifesting this for the last 2 days. I've been telling everybody, you guys, I know there's an 80% chance of rain, but it's going to rain and then it's going to clear up. And I did it, guys. I did this.
Eric Hallstrom also lifted all of our spirits.
Yeah, he was like, don't worry, guys.
It will be clearing
Pep
out.
talking us.
Vice President and General Manager here. Terrific job by Eric Hallstrom. And he promises we'll have clearing skies as we go through the rest of the afternoon here on Indiana Derby Day. We kick off at noon. But if you don't believe in our General Manager and Vice President Eric Hallstrom, let's check in with the man. Talking about Todd Clausen, TK at WRTV6 with the official forecast for us here on Indiana Derby Day 2023. TK?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, it's Derby Day here across the area, and unfortunately, we have some thunderstorms in the forecast. Now, it's not going to be a complete washout. There's a lot of dry hours mixed in, especially as we progress into the afternoon hours. Your temperatures today will be right around 80 degrees. The bulk of the storms should be departing the area as we start to get into the races. That is the good news. And once we get past, I would say 1, 2 o'clock, it's probably just the chance of a hit or miss thunderstorms. There'll be a lot of action on the track. Just know that there will be the chance of some thunderstorms off and on here throughout the day today.
All right, cheers, Todd Clausen from WRTV6. TK with the official forecast as we go through not only the morning here on the pre-race show Wire to Wire alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. As I noted, 12 races on tap, and of those, 8 premium races, including the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks and Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Before we get to the handicapping portion here of the pre-race show, just looking back to this Indiana Derby week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Again, great to have all of you joining us here at the races. But if you're looking, John, Rachel, who's the hot jockey? Nobody hotter here than defending riding champion Joe Ramos, who had a hat trick of wins on Wednesday, Thursday, won 3 yesterday, including that sweeping move, Love and Money, taking out the running of the Clarksville for trainer Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, he's had 9 wins in the last 3 racing days. So, or in the two racing days, it's insane. So it was 3, Wednesday, Thursday, and yesterday. 3 racing days. See, I'm like, who am I? I'm the anchor man. If you put 2 on here, I'll read 2. It's 3. But yeah, he's really hot. I was talking to Seth Morrow today. I called into Capital OTB, and he was asking about the jockey calling, and I said, listen, if anybody needs a tip, bet Ramos, because he's on fire. He got his 500th win. He's definitely been on a roll, so he's one to keep in mind when you're handicapping for sure.
Yeah, and also mentioned another local jockey I did down the stretch with my friends Bill Finley and Dave Johnson this morning, talking about Indiana Derby Day and the big races we have here, and mentioned 3-time champion. I mean, Joe Ramos one-upped Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. in the final week of the season. Talked about leading jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. here. He's having a great meet with Fernando de la Cruz. Joe Ramos has just been racking up the wins this week and is getting closer to the top of the leaderboard. But considering when you talk about the favorite for this year's Indiana Derby, it is Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on verifying for Brad Cox.
Yeah, super exciting race. We do have a couple of scratches. The 3 and the 6 are out of that race, and Georgie W., the 9, will not run on Lasix. But yeah, with a couple of them out, I put verifying on top for sure. Brad Cox has a nice one in the Oaks as well, Marazzo, and we'll see what happens. But this one just missed in the Matt win last out about half a link. And you never know what the track's going to be like, so if it is sloppy, it definitely would look at verifying because that last race was on the slop.
We do love our contests here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, considering every Tuesday we have hashtag Twitter Tuesday, and Wednesdays are for winning with Racing Rachel's Warriors. We know all the Warriors like to come out and play every Wednesday here at the races, whether joining us on track or even those online players. And Thursdays we've got Exactamundo, and today it is a special $2,500 Indiana Derby Legends contest. Hope you'll take part in that. That will cover races 4 through 12, and of course the 12th and final, that is the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. 9 contest races, Rachel, in total. Again, for both on-track and online players, the top 6 will share $2,500 in prize money. And first place going home, how about an Indiana Derby Day celebrating with $1,000? They can join us at B-Dubs in Shelbyville, buy us wings, buy us beers.
Where
It'll
we're
be great
going
after the races to celebrate a terrific day of racing.
Good old B-Dubs. And don't forget, we have a ton of other stuff going on. We have a virtual reality jockeys station where you can ride apparently you put on the goggles, there's an equicizer and everything, so you get the full experience. It's down there in the covered tent. 1070 The Fan, JMV is here. We've got horse racing happy hour guys, Louie and Mike and their friends are here up in the second floor. There's a magic mirror selfie station. We have the tons of fun for the NHC as well. We've got a second day of people qualifying for the NHC. I've got t-shirt tosses, giveaways. We've got a photo booth downstairs. Lots and lots of fun. And don't forget to go down to the first floor contest counter. You can sign up for the Legends contest that we just talked about. It's completely free to enter. And we also have the Mega Bet drawing. We're going to give $3,000 away for someone to place a win-place show bet on the Indiana Derby. I think I did it all. And we have 12 races. And we've got Maddie C. and Ashley Mayu here from FanDuel. Paul LaDuca's here. We've got all kinds of Dan Dockage is here today. Jenna Otten is here. I've got everyone wrangled in. And this is why I told Jenna I do this. I'm about to do the show, and John Griffin calls me, and he's like, Rach, you're supposed to be on JMV right now. And I was like, Louie, get downstairs and get on JMV right now. The more friends I feel like I have this day, the better it goes, because I get spread so thin. But it's a lot of fun. It's a big day, and I can't wait to get things kicked off.
Yeah, the horse racing happy hour guys just wrapping up their hit on 93.5 The Fan. Yesterday we had the first of two. Today is the second day for the NHC qualifiers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Yesterday, congratulations, James Bennis picked up that top spot in Friday's NHC qualifier here on the eve of Indiana Derby Day. James won that NHC title in Vegas back in 2013. Chicagoland native won $2,000, and James Bennis will advance to the NHC final in Las Vegas, Nevada in March of next year. Congratulations to James. We'll see who takes out today's NHC qualifier. Good handicapping to all of them here on our big day of the season. Just want to remind everybody, no live racing tomorrow. Also no live racing on Monday. So we'll be back after this big day with racing on Tuesday. But come on Monday, you're going to be
I'm going to be in the
back out on the golf course with Dan Dockage.
I'm going to be on the golf course with Dan Dockage, Chris, and Eric. My dad bailed last minute, so my buddy Nick's coming to play with us. So it's going to be a really good time for the charity golf outing. If you want more information, you can find it online. I bet there's a couple spots left. It's for a good cause to raise money for bikes for underprivileged youth.
So once again today, 12 races on tap. Main track right now this hour, just past 11 o'clock. We kick off at noon, labeled Wet Fast, and we mentioned the Jonathan Schuster and also that Indiana General Assembly Distaff handicap to be run on the turf course, rated good. There's no portable rail up, so a true turf rail position. Stay tuned. Coming up here on the pre-race wire-to-wire show, racing analyst Brian Aragoni. Cheers to our sponsors in 2023, including High Bar Real Estate. But today, it is not the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle.
No, it is not. We still love to mention our sponsors for sure. But today, it is the Caesars Entertainment Equine Specialty Hospital Winner's Circle. And that's why John makes the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. I bring in the bucks. Right, we pay him to talk about the bucks.
Post-it note is right there.
Exactly. So yeah, we welcome them. They're on the third floor, and that group will be down in the Winner's Circle for the second race as well. We're very happy to have them as an Indiana Derby Day sponsor.
Yeah, cheers to them, and also our friends with talking about Brown Forman Tequila Herradura. Be sure to try that. I mean, that's just great tequila there, Tequila Herradura from
That's
Brown
what we're going to
Forman
do after the
Cordell.
Derby. You and I are going to take a celebratory shot of Tequila Herradura.
That'll be our 13th race. Also, Breed Development, we want to thank them. High Bar Real Estate, we saw them a moment ago. If you're interested in having High Bar Real Estate champion you in all things real estate, maybe you want to join their team, you can contact them on the web at highbarrealestate.com. Quick commercial break here on this special Saturday morning edition of Wire to Wire when Racing Rachel comes back here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. My terrific broadcast partner, looking lovely on Indiana Derby Day, will be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni, talking about the pick fives here. After all, there is that low 11.99% takeout.
If he makes
Big day
it.
of the season, 12 races, 8 premier races, Indiana Oaks, Indiana Derby. Back with B, joining Racing Rachel from Horseshoe Indianapolis right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Geez, a lot of stuff going on.
We're 38 minutes to race one. There is a lot of stuff going on, V. My head's going to explode before the end of the day. I'm really excited to have a lot of friends here, including Brian, who has flown in from Minnesota and is very upset with me for listing him as someone who's visiting, even though he's part of the team.
Just a guest.
Just a guest. No, you're not a guest. You are. You're part of the team. We're going to go over the Oaks and the Derby. We're going to talk to you a little bit about the pick fives, which are super, super tough today. I'm glad he's the pick five guy. But let's talk about the Oaks. We got a scratch of the 1, Cotton Candy Annie, and we have the 7 and the 8 will not run on Lasix. Make sure to note that in your program. Morning line favorites, the 5, Defining Purpose. But you know what is really scary? We have the exact same numbers in this race, and whenever that happens, tell them what happens.
Well, Tax is surely to be the favorite, right?
Yeah.
Because Rachel makes favorites.
Yeah.
She doesn't pick favorites. She makes the favorites. And I think Tax is the horse to beat in here. A horse who could go to the lead, could sit off the pace. How do you see the pace scenario playing out in this one?
Honestly, I don't know. This is a really interesting race. And I really want to see how the track, this is the thing that sucks about days like this, is we do all this homework and then it rains like this. You don't know how quick it's going to dry out. You don't know how, obviously we know how these horses are going to run pace scenario-wise, but, you know, is it going to be a day where it's coming off the lead? Is it going to favor the speed because it's slop, which normally happens? We don't know. So then I sit here until 5 minutes before the show and rethink everything that I did, which isn't smart. Never change your bet, which is what I did. But yeah, I think that Tax has a good shot to come off the pace today, which is something that she's pretty good at because everyone else seems to like to sit pretty close to the pace.
Yeah, and I think pretty highly of wet paint. Tex has run into her 3 out of the last 4 times. Really ran well in the Black-Eyed Susan, but sometimes what's difficult, and you talk about changing picks, looking at the weather and things like that, I'd much rather have a sloppy, disastrous track than a drying out track. And right now, as I look out the windows, it's all of a sudden gorgeous here in Shelbyville. We could be fast at some point outright. Now we're wet fast, not necessarily sloppy by any means, but a drying out track oftentimes is even harder than a track that's just straight up sloppy.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be definitely fun to figure this out. But we do have some wet dirt form on some of these horses. I mean, Meraza is definitely one that you could take into account there. We both got her in our exacta spot. She's got 3 wins on an off track, which is promising. And talked to Ricky this morning. He's not scratching any of them. They're all going to run today. And it looks like they did the right thing by they canceled training a little early today when they saw that it was getting bad, sealed the track. So hopefully we kept some of that moisture out of it.
Yeah, a couple wild cards in here that aren't in our top 3 selections. I mean, 2, 3, and 5 are pretty standard. A lot of people are only going to use those 3 in their pick 5s, but horses that I really didn't know what to do with, maybe if your bank account allows. Lily Poo coming in from Santa Anita for Michael McCarthy. James Graham aboard. That's a horse who's been chasing some good ones over on the West Coast. And then Cloak of Mercy. This is a horse who is up against it from a class perspective. I totally get it, diving into the deep end, but a horse with familiarity around our racetrack, broke the maiden here, and John Ortiz is a guy who's typically very patient with his horses, and he moves his 3-year-old filly right into the deep waters of stakes competition. But she was really dominant here on June 15th. I know it was a maiden race, but won that race in the right way, did things the right way, and could be a presence on the front end. And a horse who really dug down deep. I know it was against maiden competition, but a horse who's familiar with this surface, has won here and going in the right direction. John Ortiz, very confident move for Cloak of Mercy.
So I talked to him this morning, and he said she's doing great, loves the off track, and won over the Indiana course and is training well. So she's going to try to steal the lead and hold on to it today in this race. So I asked as well. He drove in from Iowa, so bless Johnny's heart. He's literally still
That's a tough
on
drive.
the road. Yeah, tough drive.
Very
And he
boring.
was here for the handicaps on Wednesday. So he was here Wednesday, ran one Thursday, went back yesterday to Iowa, ran one, and then came here. So props to Johnny Ortiz, hardest working man today on Derby Day. Let's talk about the next race.
Moving
Want
along to the Derby?
Yeah, let's move along to the Derby.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, I did homework and I didn't tell you about it too. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, now I'm
No
really.
one tells me anything.
Now I'm really on the list. I told him I would text people, get some insight, and then I shared it with you just now.
Yeah,
The
that'll help
12th
me.
race is the 29th running of the Indiana Derby. $300,000 guaranteed 3-year-old stakes, a mile and a 16th on the dirt. The 3 is out. The 6 we knew about yesterday. Stay in your lane, leaving us still a very nice quality field. Verifying on top for me. Also, you don't know if it's going to be dried out by the end of the card. This race does not go off until approximately 6:45, so a lot of things could change there. I've got 5-2-7, and B has 5-8-9. I've heard a lot of people are on Cagliostro, which
Yeah, that
is
horse won't be
Cherie's-
8-1. That
no,
might be
for
5-2.
sure. And then Cherie also in her interview yesterday touted him, so I really like the 8. If you have supers to play, I would put that one in there. So tell me what you like about that one.
Yeah, I mean, the horse is going to be around 5-2, 3-1. I think the way this probably plays out, verifying around 3-5, 4-5 in that range. And Cagliostro, your clear second favorite. The big overlay of the group will likely be Hayes Strike after getting dominated by 2 fills in Bishop's Bay. I think that one is a play against for me. Kenny McPeak coming back on short rest, but that's what he does. He's had success with horses coming back on 2 weeks rest in the past. But in my opinion, 3-1, too low. I'll let that one be an overlay and beat me. The horse that intrigues me that I wasn't sure if he was going to be here because he was double entered was Georgie W. A horse who debuted on the turf, a local horse who debuted here on the turf course, won dominantly that day, and then in an off-turf event, actually found out that Georgie W is a pretty talented sort who may actually be better on the main track because he completely dominated that race. Now, I know that it was an off-turf and he was running against a bunch of horses that wanted to be on the turf that day, but he did things the right way, and he's going in the right direction for William Walden or Bill Walden. Alex Ashard going to be calling the shots. He's familiar with that horse. Georgie W may be the win wager for me. I know I've got verifying on top, Cagliostro. I don't see a ton of value there, but I did get chirped yesterday for not having a 1-9 shot in my top 3 and missing out on another 2-5 shot. I don't think anyone needs me to find 2-20 winners, but you like to give them out, so
that's why it works.
Yeah,
We're like
no,
yin
we
and yang.
complement each other.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. That's why you do the pick 5s and I stick to handicapping. You know what interests me? Ray's Cane I really like. I put in my spot Luan Machado aboard for Ben Colebrook. This one coming from Ellis on the slop in the Matt Wynn, who verifying also ran against 2 fills, has been running against in the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, tough race there. Got into some trouble in the Kentucky Derby, and I think probably could have gotten a better trip, but kind of went a little wide at Ellis. We'll see how this pace scenario plays out, but this horse likes to come from the stars, and if it doesn't end up on the front end the way that some of the others might want it, it could be very interesting to see what Ray's Cane does with that late closing kick.
Yeah, I can't imagine Ben Colebrook was too thrilled to see Active Fool come out. A lot
Yeah,
of people in this
probably
race
not.
wanted Active Fool to go in here, but Larry Ravelli wanted nothing to do with connecting.
He's
with
running in
verifying up
Iowa,
top.
right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe so.
They were double entered, and he stuck with Ohio. I don't blame him
Active
really.
Fool is the one who is going to keep verifying honest on the front end. Now it looks like a little bit of a pace complexion set up for many of them.
Yeah, so let's talk about verifying. We got some footage of him in the paddock yesterday schooling. He's a little bit of a nervous guy. In the Kentucky Derby, Ricky said it was kind of hard to keep him calmed down. He was really amped up. And yesterday, same thing. They faced him into the stall to kind of keep him calmed down. And even then, I was trying to talk to Ricky, and I kept getting a a side of a horse like right to the face. Ricky and I were like kind of having to stiff arm it a little bit. So definitely something that you need to keep in your mind. However, he's super talented. He's got really good numbers. He's ran against some of the best horses out there, and he gets a couple of scratches in here that are going to change things. We got footage of him coming off the van, though. He looks really good. He obviously, I mean, Brad Cox's horses, they always look very good, well taken care of, and he came off, walked around with Ricky and did really well. But you see there, he was a little antsy in there, and Ricky got him calmed down. They walked him around a little bit. He's definitely a mover. He's not, he's like,
Looks
don't.
like a nervous
yeah,
Nelly.
He has to be doing something and moving. If you stand that guy around, he's going to take the barn down. So, but that's what some of the best racehorses
Well, he did get
are
loose
like
on Kentucky Derby
Oh,
week
he did?
as well.
He
Yeah,
did?
he got loose on that
I don't
Kentucky
think I
Derby
realized
week.
that.
Yeah, he did. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see how it plays out later on today.
All right, well, those are the two big ones. We'll talk about the stakes. Brian and I are going to be switching on and off for the paddock shows. We also have JJ here who's going to do these first few. It's going to be a pretty exciting day. We've got JMV here in Horse Racing Happy Hour, but let's talk quickly about your pick 5. Do you want to talk about the early pick 5 since it's races? We have 2 pick 5s, the early pick 5 and the late fire 5. They have a low takeout of 11.99%. You had a really good hit last week.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this pick 5. I think both the pick 5s are certainly juicy today. We're also involved in that cross-country pick 5, which we'll take a look at with the Naira later on in the card. I believe it kicks off in race number 10 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So the way that cross-country pick 5 works is half the races are from Horseshoe, half the races are from New York, who's got an excellent card as well today, and that takeout is ultra low as well. Not 11.99% takeout because that's special to Indiana here, but certainly a good one. We'll kick off this first pick 5 just 27 minutes from now, and my ticket will go on the screen now. I think these first 3 races are tough. I don't know how you saw the first 3 races, but in my opinion, they looked wide open. I thought you could find some singles in race number 4 and 5. How do you see these first couple?
Honestly, these are the races that I thought, you know what, let's try to find some off form because it just recently rained. Later it might be dried out. Right now it's definitely going to be wet fast, and there's a lot of moisture in the track, and there's no form at all like on and off track in these first few races. So it was really hard for me, but I went with the 6, a little bit of a long shot in the opener. 6 J Charlotte. Hannah Leahy had a win yesterday. She's been doing really well.
That's not good. That's my top pick too.
Oh, dude, this
Draw
is not
line
good.
right
This
through
is
it.
always bad
No,
luck when
yeah.
we're on the same horses,
Yeah.
and so that horse isn't going to win. So just take
Well,
that
I'm
off.
shocked you picked it. It's 6-1. Like, that doesn't seem like something you do.
And then in the second race, I don't blame you at all for going all, because this maiden special weight is just one of those races where you could just close your eyes and lay a finger down.
Yeah,
And then
that's how I normally
in
do
the
it.
third race, the allowance, this is the one there's like absolutely no off form at all. And it looks like you spread. This is the second deepest race you went. So
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with you,
I'm
which
gonna-
is scary.
Yeah, that is
Sorry.
usually not a good
There goes your
sign.
ticket.
Just draw NHC chances right out the window. Hardy Constitution, though, is a single for me. Joe Sharp, I think that's probably my play of the day. I'm not sure we'll get anywhere around 2-1. But in my opinion, sometimes horses that are even money or 6-5 do present value if you believe they should be lower. Hardy Constitution is a straight single for me, and then you move along to race number 5, which was originally carded to be on the turf course, now on the main track, and Corningstone is just a straight standout for Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez, Corningstone chased a good one home last time out in Blue Light Special. They really made it a match race. It may have been a field of 8, but it was a match race from around the 3/8 pole. They were 23 lengths clear of your third place finisher in here. So I'm going to spread in the first 3 races and then single to hopefully kick off that early pick 5 and build that bankroll for the late pick 5 and that cross country pick 5.
What do you think about the late pick 5? Because that includes all of the stakes races. You don't have to really give us like your exact ticket or anything, but I mean, which races would you spread in? Which ones are you maybe going to try to find a single in? What does it start in?
I think,
Starts in race 8.
verifying based on the class is probably going to be a single on many tickets. I do like Georgie W. and Calistrio a ton. Maybe not for a win wager with Calistrio because it's probably going to be around 2-1, 5-2. But I thought those turf races are challenging because anytime you've got some moisture, I know we're listed as good, some moisture in the turf course can make those turf races very challenging. So I thought races 9 and 10, certainly the races that you want to spread out the most.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're 25 minutes to the first race here. We do have a lot of changes, so we're going to end this show a little early, get John on the mic upstairs to go over your changes in their entirety. I do want to remind you guys, we've got a lot of fun stuff going on. We got a cigar rolling station later, the jockey virtual reality booth. We've got the mega bets. You can head down to the first floor to enter into the mega bet drawing. You can also play in the $2,500 Legends contest. We have a hat contest that I'm going to do later. Don't worry, you don't have to sign up. I make an announcement and tell everybody that with a hat that wants to participate to come down to the winner's circle.
Do you need judges for that?
Yeah, would you judge for real?
No.
Oh, come on.
I don't want to judge.
Oh, come
I
on.
don't, you know, everyone's a winner in my eyes.
Yeah, and you know what? That's why I don't do it, because whenever I judge, people say that I cheat. Everyone says that about me. Obviously, I'm a sketchy girl. That contest is I give off
Probably
sketchy.
wrap this up now.
Yeah, probably. We're gonna do a t-shirt toss after race 6 with the jockeys. We're gonna do the hat contest. JJ, me, Gino, and Brian are gonna judge after race 9. The mega bet announcement will be after race 10. Trent McIntosh, our general manager and VP, will be here to talk to us a little bit and give us a hello and good luck to everybody who is in the NHC qualifier today. We've got some really good info, some really good races, and a nice day. So
let's do it.
LFG.
And we see eye to eye for one time in our life, which is
scary.
probably not a good sign.
This is not going to be a good day for us. 23 minutes to race 1 here on Indiana Derby Day, the 29th running of the Indiana Derby. Good luck, everyone, on all of your tickets. Time to crush.
Well, good morning from Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana Derby Day 2023. Great to have you with us. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. A dozen races on tap. Later today, the Green 3 Indiana Oaks with the Indiana Derby scheduled at 6:40 p.m. Opener here at 12:10. Skies clearing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track sealed, labeled wet fast, approaching the noon hour. Noting our 5th and 7th races have been taken off the turf. Race 5, the Ellen's Lucky Star, and the 7th race, the Snack, both have been taken off the turf. However, the 9th race, the Jonathan Schuster Memorial, and the 10th race, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, they remain on the turf. Course rated good and there's no portable rail up. Main track sealed, labeled wet fast. The 9th race, the Jonathan Schuster Memorial. 10th race, Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap on the turf, rated good, and there's no portable rail up. If you have your special Indiana Derby programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. A dozen on tap on the big day of the meet. Opening maiden sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5, low 11.99% takeout. On the pick 5s here this season, scratch the 1 Berea and take out the 4 Dabney. Scratch 1 Berea and the 4 Dabney. Note the 7 Evil Intentions. The ownership Law Dog Stables Incorporated, Robert Dobbs Racing Incorporated, Wayne Kropp Jr., Steve Stover, and Pamela Watkins, the owners of record for the 7 Evil Intentions in the opening maiden sprint. The second race, maiden fillies mare sprint, starts the 50-cent early pick 4. Once again, main track sealed. It's labeled nearing the noon hour as wet fast. No changes in the second race. Turning to the third, scratch 2, Take Charge Justice. Number 2, Take Charge Justice, has been scratched. The 7 Caboose, a change of jockey to Joe Ramos, has ridden a hat trick of wins here on the Wednesday, Thursday, and card yesterday. Joe Ramos, 9 winners this race week on Indiana Derby week. And on Indiana Derby Day, Joe Ramos, last year's leading jockey, rides the 7 Caboose. In the 4th race, the Maury Holman George Memorial, no scratches. Number 9, Soul of an Angel, will be ridden by Ahari Williams. And note that filly racing on Lasix medication. Lasix for number 9, Soul of an Angel, the rider Ahari Williams in the Maury Holman George Memorial Race 4 at 1:44 p.m. Race 5 is noted. The Ellen's Lucky Star is off the turf. It will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, It's Forever. 6, Ease Magic. And 12, Star Wisher. Also take out the MTO 13, Sharon's Grey Hope. In the 6th race, maiden sprint, scratch 2, 9-pointer. 3, Epic the Legend. 8, Commando Joe. 10, Outstanding Justice. And scratch the 14, Cha-Cha Larry. Note 13, Philip Snow draws in. 5 race maiden. Number 13, Philip Snow runs. Scratch the 2, 8, 10, and number 14. For Lucky's Joy, a jockey change to Manny Esquivel. Manny Esquivel on number 4, a 3-race maiden, Lucky's Joy. 7th race, The Snack, off the turf. Indiana bred sophomores here on the main track today over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 7, Jay's Naughty Boy. 13, Looking Good Lewis, and the 14, Dream Traveler. The Snack on the main track. Scratch 7, 13, and number 14. Race 8, Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Scratch 8, Promise Keeper. Number 8, Promise Keeper, has been scratched. No rider changes. Medication notes, 2 5-star General racing off Lasix. A 9-time winner, 2 5-star General, off Lasix in the Michael G. Schaefer. And 10, Tartufo, also off Lasix medication. Off Lasix, the 10, Tartufo. To race 9 we go. The Jonathan M. Schuster Memorial is on the turf. Once again, there's no portable rail up and the course rated good. Scratch 4, Kitten Mischief. Number 4, Kitten Mischief, has been scratched. 5 Gallon Guy will be ridden by Gabriel Saez. Gabriel Saez on the 5 Gallon Guy. The Jonathan Schuster Memorial on the turf. After the Jonathan Schuster Memorial, race 10, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap is on the turf as well. Scratch 1, Princess Theorem. The 4, Hardy Constitution, has also been scratched. Scratch the 1 and number 4 from the race card. 5 held 2, back on Lasix medication. 5 held 2, racing on Lasix. And the 12 Hattie M, 1 pound over in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. Turf good, no portable rail up. Race 11, Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Scratch 1 Cotton Candy Annie. Number 1 Cotton Candy Annie has been scratched. No jockey changes. The 4 Flamand, 1 pound over. 7 Cloaker Mercy, off Lasix medication. Off Lasix. Number 7 Cloaker Mercy. 8 Sandra D, 4 pounds over, and also off Lasix. Off Lasix. Number 8 Sandra D. Race 12 with the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Due off here at 6:40 p.m. Scratch 3 Active Fool and 6 Stay in Your Lane. Number 3 Active Fool and number 6 Stay in Your Lane both have been scratched from the Indiana Derby. 9 Georgie W racing off Lasix medication. No Lasix for the 2 for 2. Georgie W number 9. Scratch Active Fool and Stay in Your Lane from race 12. That's the last of the day at 6:40 p.m. the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Right now, mostly cloudy skies. Main track sealed, went fast. As noted, the Jonathan Schuster Memorial and the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap on the turf course. Rated good, and there's no portable rail up today. Taking a moment to welcome and wish a very happy 93rd birthday to Thelma Gustin, joining us here in the clubhouse with family. Thelma making a return to racing after 20 years and wishing Thelma Gustin a very happy 93rd birthday from all of us here at the races. The opening maiden fillies mare sprint due off in 12 minutes time on the big day of the meet. Make it a great Indiana Derby with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have an additional late scratch to announce for the first time from the 7th race. That's the off the turf, the Snack. Late scratch from number 7. Race 7, due off here at 3:30 p.m., the 5 Good Forever. In our 7th of 12, number 5 Good Forever has now been scratched. The 7th race, the Snack, will be run over the main track at 1 mile 70 yards. From the 7th, scratch number 5. Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the first on the big day of the meet. We start with a maiden fillies and mare sprint over the 6 furlongs. Sealed went fast, main track, scratch 1 Berea, and 4 Dabney. Scratch the 1 and number 4. Number 7 Evil Intentions, the ownership Law Dog Stables Incorporated, Robert Dobbs Racing Incorporated, Wayne Kropp Jr., Steve Stover, and Pamela Watkins, the ownership of record for the 7 Evil Intentions. Race 1 of our dozen, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We start here rolling doubles, 50-cent pick threes, with the low 11.99% takeout. Maiden distaff sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5 over a sealed, wet, fast track. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We've now drawn to within 1 minute to post time for the opening Made in Phillies Mare Sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. As noted, features the low 11.99% takeout here this season from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track sealed, wet fast. You have 1 minute. Air Horse 1 drone view. Upcoming Made in Phillies Mare Sprint to start off the card. And the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track sealed, labeled wet fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate for the opener. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Apprentice McKenna Anderson with Deputy Star, the 5-year-old mare facing the fillies here in the opener. Here's the sky view at the 6 furlong start. The mare Deputy Star, first of the 9 to line. Alberto Burgos with Major Grace coming up in the purple silks with a gold cap. Join Deputy Star, we're loading up. Rodney Prescott with Evil Intentions. Sammy Bermudez, Julie Forever. Eddie Perez, CV Scenic Legacy coming up. 6J Starlet, Hanalehi claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Hector's Trojan Wife, 5-2 co-favorite with Evil Intentions. Fernando de la Cruz with Hector's Trojan Wife. Just a couple of fillies back. Orlando Mexico with Saharan Fleece. With a 13-1 chance over the 6 furlong Saharan Fleece. And here's Saharan Fleece coming up. Evil Intentions, Hector's Trojan Wife remain joint 5-2 favorites. So stand by one more. Josh Morales with twice started here, Kitty Kitty. Main track seal, labeled Wet Fast. Great to have you with us on Indiana Derby Day. Rolling by. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Saharan Fleece, who rockets out with Hector's Trojan Wife, and these two in an early battle. They're joined toward the inside by the 5-year-old Deputy Star, who's quick to engage them. Tri-leaders for the run to the half-mile pole. In the meantime, CV Scenic Legacy in the orange cap is now up into 4th. Then toward the rail is Major Grace in 5th. Here Kitty Kitty is a wide 6th. With in between horses, Julie Forever in 7th at the 3.5. 6J Starlet makes a bid from the rail and wide. Evil Intentions trails here in the Saturday opener. Quarter was 22.06 seconds. Now with inside 3 furlongs to go. And with the rail, short lead for Deputy Star. Hector's Trojan Wife alongside as they come past the quarter pole, while 3 clear from a closing CV Scenic Legacy. Here Kitty Kitty. Evil Intentions unwinds on the far outside as these maiden fillies and mare have turned for home. It's Deputy Star who's battled Hector's Trojan Wife. Here Kitty Kitty looking to make a bold split there with a purple cap. Evil Intentions charging on the outside of CV Scenic Legacy. 6J Starlet with the rail. They come past the 16th. And for Rodney Prescott, the old-time winningest jockey here, Evil Intentions has scored the winning run by 3. 6J Starlet gained second from CV Scenic Legacy. Here Kitty Kitty finished 4th. And a running time of 1:12.10 on a sealed wet fast labeled track, number 7. Evil Intentions at 5-2 was first. It is a photo for second after the maiden fillies mare sprint. Stand by for the full run order from the judges. 1:12.10 seconds. Sealed wet fast. Evil Intentions. Rodney Prescott. 3-time leading jockey here. All-time winningest jockey. Rodney Prescott for Rob Dobbs Jr. At 5-2 first, 6J Starlet at 7-2 second, 8 CV Scenic Legacy at 4-1 odds third, and 11 Here Kitty Kitty at 8-1 was 4th after the maiden. 7, 6, 8, 11, 1:12.10. Evil Intentions at second asking takes the maiden to start the early pick 5 on Indiana Derby Day. Now returning to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital Winner's Circle, Sheesh is the 7, Evil Intentions with Rodney Prescott. Hold all tickets, please. There's been a jockey's claim of foul. Here's the winner. Not involved in the foul claim. Evil Intentions, Rodney Prescott on the 3-year-old Chestnut filly by neck and neck. At a Corsica by Sky Mesa, Brennan, Indiana by Anthony Mathias. Robert Dobbs Jr. trains for Law Dog Stables Incorporated, Robert Dobbs Racing Incorporated, Wayne Kropp Jr., Steve Stover and Pamela Watkins, the owners of Evil Intentions, gets off the mark in her second lifetime run, takes out the maiden at 112.10. To the claim of foul. Josh Morales on number 11, Here Kitty Kitty, ran fourth to Evil Intentions. The rider of the fourth place filly, Here Kitty Kitty, has claimed foul against Eddie Perez on number 8, CV Scenic Legacy, the unofficial third, alleging interference in the stretch run of the maiden. Top of the card, we start with an objection. Josh Morales on 11, Here Kitty Kitty, claims foul against Eddie Perez on the 8, CV Scenic Legacy, alleging interference in the stretch run of the maiden fillies and mare sprint. Hold all bets, please. The claim of foul has been disallowed. No changes will be made in the running order after the opening maiden distaff sprint 7, 6, 8, 11. The claim of foul lodged by the rider of the 11, alleging interference by the rider of the 8 in the stretch run of the opening maiden distaff sprint, has been disallowed. Just not enough evidence in support of that foul claim. No change in run order after race 1. It's official. First results in. First of a dozen. Again, great to have you with us here on Indiana Derby Day 2023. 7-6 exacta after the maiden, paid $27.40. 50-cent trifecta, 7-6-8, $27.40. And with Here Kitty Kitty fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 7-6, 8-11, returned $21.21. In that maiden sprint opener, the 1 and 4 were non-runners. Favorite, first. 9 ran, sealed wet fast track, 112.10 after the state bred maiden, 112.10. Second race, maiden filly sprint. There are no changes in our seconds of the day. All 7 run. No changes in the second race. A maiden filly sprint, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent early pick 4. Post time will be in 18 minutes at 12:42. In all cases, please do make your selections and Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers with a fun, festive crowd on hand here today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment will be our first replay of the day of the maiden fillies mare sprint. Hope you had a bet on Evil Intentions. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Saharan Fleece, who rockets out with Hector's Trojan wife, and these two in an early battle. They're joined toward the inside by the 5-year-old Deputy Star, who's quick to engage them. Tri-leaders for the run to the half-mile pole. In the meantime, CV Scenic Legacy in the orange cap is now up into 4th. Then toward the rail is Major Grace in 5th. Here Kitty Kitty is a wide 6th. With in between horses, Julie Forever in 7th at the 3.5. 6 J Starlet makes a bid from the rail and wide. Evil Intentions trails here in the Saturday opener. Quarter was 22.06 seconds. Now with inside 3 furlongs to go. And with the rail, short lead for Deputy Star. Hector's Trojan wife alongside as they come past the quarter pole, while 3 clear from a closing CV Scenic Legacy. Here Kitty Kitty. Evil Intentions unwinds on the far outside as these maiden fillies and mare have turned for home. It's Deputy Star who's battled Hector's Trojan wife. Here Kitty Kitty looking to make a bold split there with a purple cap. Evil Intentions charging on the outside of CV Scenic Legacy. 6J Starlet with the rail. They come past the 16th. And for Rodney Prescott, the all-time winningest jockey here, Evil Intentions has scored the winning run by 3. 6J Starlet gained second from CV Scenic Legacy. Here Kitty Kitty.
We are off and running on Indiana Derby Day, Horseshoe Indianapolis. One race in the books. My name is Jeremiah Johnson, one of the highlights of the summer in central Indiana, and it is great that you look outside and you can see the sun is shining. So it's going to be a great day of racing. One race in the books, as I mentioned, the number 7 horse, Evil Intentions, victorious in race number 1. We had a lot of favorites visit the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle yesterday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm looking to see if we can maybe find some prices today in the Indiana Derby undercard. So race number 2, we've got a 6 furlongs on that dirt. It is wet fast right now. Maiden, $34,000. The purse for maiden fillies and mares 3 and up. And if you look at the tote board right now, this might not be a race that you want to put all of your bankroll towards. It's going to be tough because we do have a heavy favorite. 4-5 on the morning line. Roman Goddess currently 4-5. So a lot of action early on, and you look at that daily double will pay $12.60 back for your $2 if Roman Goddess wins. But when I see a horse like this, I want to try to find a long shot, or maybe a horse that is eligible to improve and perhaps get the win and perhaps be a little more profitable. And that's where I went with my top pick, the 2-horse Callie's Passion. Now you're going to look at, in a race like this, you're going to look down and you're going to say, okay, only 3 races. This horse started her career in Saratoga last July, then raced once at Churchill Downs in a maiden $120,000 race, then did have a race here, or actually at Churchill Downs in May for maiden claimer $30,000. So that was a drop down in competition from where Callie's Passion started the career. But if you look, she was favored to win that race. So it just hasn't worked out through 3 lifetime starts. But since that race on May 19th, we see some important and some fast workouts at Keeneland, including a couple of Bullet Works. And I see 4 furlong Bullet Works June 1st and June 19th at Keeneland, also with a solid work on June 26th. So I see an opportunity for Callie's Passion to perhaps get the edge early and perhaps be able to maybe take them all the way and hold off that 3-horse Roman Goddess. Now I mentioned Roman Goddess, currently 3-5 on the line, so you're not going to make a lot of money if you bet Roman Goddess to win. If you're playing a pick 4 and you're very confident in the favorite, maybe you single Roman Goddess and you spread in some of your other picks. There we take a look at Roman Goddess in the paddock right now. Gerardo Corrales will ride, and he is one of the best riders in the Midwest. Mike Maker is the trainer, and he's someone you always have to make special note, especially when he brings horses here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. This horse is running on Lasix, first time. 2 most recent races for Roman Goddess were on the turf in New York. So heading back to the dirt, this horse has had a number of opportunities in the career to break the maiden. This will be the 7th lifetime start for Roman Goddess, and it's been a musical chairs from a jockey perspective. Big name jockeys have been aboard Roman Goddess. Tyler Gaffalione has ridden her twice, Flavian Pratt. It would surprise nobody if Roman Goddess wins today, and if you look at that, a good look at that horse in the paddock, she looks like she's ready to run. Probably a worthy favorite, even if I don't like the 4-5 price. I'm going to look for one more race, or one more horse, I should say, that could be eligible to improve, and for that I'm going to look at the 5-horse Miss Quest, and there you take a look at Miss Quest right now. And I think it's worth noting, 12-1 on the morning line, currently 6-1. Looks like your 3rd or 4th choice right now, according to the bettors. So this horse is getting some attention. Fernando de la Cruz has been riding well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 1 lifetime start. That was last September. So the one thing you have to take under consideration is that Miss Quest has had a lot of time off. Can she run well off the layoff? Some horses can. Some horses need a race before they'll be at their best. So we'll see what happens. William Morey brings Miss Quest in. I think if you're starting a pick 4 ticket, that maybe throw Miss Quest in, because we're due for some price horses. And if you can get a pick 4 started with any horse not named Roman Goddess, it has the potential to really pay off handsomely once we have that 5th race underway. And maybe if you already started a Pick 5 ticket and you had that 7-horse Evil Intentions on your ticket, hopefully you spread. But I still think Callie's Passion is the most likely horse, but maybe not the one that I would most like to bet. It's a great day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Enjoy race number 2. Once again, the track conditions getting better and better. The conditions outside, phenomenal right now, much better than they were in the morning as many of you were on your way to Shelbyville. So it should be a great day. A great crowd is already on hand, and we are looking forward to all the action. Good luck in race number 2.
Paddock judge here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. J.R. Smith Jr. has the call for Riders Up. The horses call posted now for the second race. This maiden filly sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. There are no program changes. All 7 run. Maiden filly sprint. Race 2 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50 cent early pick 4 on a wet fast track. Again, reminding all joining us here. Great to have you with us on Indiana Derby Day if you can. Do try to make your selections and wagers early. Parading with 3 minutes to post time for the maiden filly sprint. 3 minutes to the off. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now just 1 minute away from post time for the second race made in Philly Sprint, Wet Fast Track. This starts off the 50-cent early pick 4. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view from above the 6 furlong start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Rafael Bejarano with Kate's Concerto. Santo Sanjor, Gray Vixen, they're going in. Orlando Mexica, Cali's Passion coming up in the red. Fernanda de la Cruz, Miss Quest, the Nyquist filly, Gerardo Corrales, Roman Goddess loads a 1-2 favorite, Roman Goddess. Now Samuel Bermudez, Wicked Beautiful, drew 6. One more. Edgar Morales and 5 times started 2 words. State Bread sprint opener went at 112.10. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis, all in. And they're off. 2 words broke sharp. Wicked Beautiful. There goes Miss Quest, and toward the inside, Callie's Passion. Driven for speed, it's Callie's Passion. Callie's Passion is just in front here for Orlando Mexico through the first furlong and a half. Roman Goddess, the favorite, now gains second from Miss Quest third near the speed. With 2 words, fourth after a sharp start. Grey Vixen looks to gain with the rail as they head toward the far turn. Wicked Beautiful being ridden to improve in between horses. And Kate's Concerto trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter blasted past. Went fast here in 21.96 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Aiming for Callie's Passion. Roman Goddess right there. Looming up at 2-5 for Gerardo Corrales. Roman Goddess is now on the move and has swept past Callie's Passion right there on the outside as they straighten away Miss Quest. They're homeward bound half mile. 45.34 seconds. Roman Goddess spins them in from Miss Quest. Toward the inside is Callie's Passion. Wicked Beautiful looks to run on in between fillies. Then on the far outside is Kate's Concerto. They come past the 16th, and here's Miss Quest. Miss Quest and toward the inside battling Roman Goddess. Roman Goddess, Miss Quest down toward the line. There's little in this. Roman Goddess seizes the day. Roman Goddess, Miss Quest after a photo finish. Wicked Beautiful third, and Kate's Concerto finished fourth. Photo finish 110.86 after a maiden filly sprint. 110.86 seconds of the day. Win photograph. Hold all tickets. Three, 5, 6, 1, the run order. After race 2, number 3, Roman Goddess at 2-5 was first. Edge 5, Miss Quest at 9-2, did not miss by much. 6, Wicked Beautiful at those 27-1 odds third, and number 1, Kate's Concerto at 8-1 fourth. 3, 5, 6, 1, Roman Goddess gets the result. Had the money on, twirling Candy Filly. Gerardo Corrales for Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm, the turquoise yellow diamond belt of Roman Goddess out to the maiden ranks. The result of the maiden filly sprint is official. Result confirmed by the judges. Roman Goddess has edged Miss Quest. Wicked Beautiful, Kate's Concerto fourth, and it's official. We thank all of our sponsors here in 2023 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, including High Bar Real Estate, Brown Foreman, Tequila Edadora Corbel, and Breed Development. Returning into the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner circle today is the 3, Roman Goddess with Gerardo Corrales. Roman Goddess, a 3-year-old dark mare brown filly by Twirling Candy. Out of Naria by Distorted Humor, she was bred in Kentucky by James Brendan and Scarfine Stud. Mike Maker trains for Kirk Wyckoff's 3 Diamonds Farm. The turquoise yellow diamond belt. Roman Goddess takes out the maiden filly sprint as the odds-on favorite. Results in 3-5 exacta after a photo finish. Paid $15.80. 50-cent trifecta. 3-5-6 for $19.60. 7-3, the opening double. After the pair of maiden sprints, $12.60, combining Evil Intentions with Roman Goddess. Favorites both. $12.60 to start us off, and with Kate's Concerto fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 3-5-6-1 paid $9.32. And the maiden fillies, favorite first, all seven ran 110.86 on a wet fast track. We go to the third. State bred sprint here. Scratch 2, Take Charge Justice. Number 2, Take Charge Justice has been scratched, and the 7 Caboose, a jockey change to Joe Ramos, has been on a winning streak. Riding triples here Wednesday, Thursday, and on yesterday's card for last year's leading jockey, Joe Ramos, seeking a Saturday win on the 7 Caboose, Joe Ramos on the 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, wet fast track still, post time for the third of a dozen on Indiana Derby Day in 22 minutes at 1:14. All in. And the rough. 2 words broke sharp. Wicked Beautiful. There goes Miss Quest, and toward the inside, Callie's Passion. Driven for speed, it's Callie's Passion. Callie's Passion is just in front here for Orlando Mexico through the first furlong and a half. Roman Goddess, the favorite now, gained second from Miss Quest third near the speed. With 2 words, fourth after a sharp start. Grey Vixen looks to gain with the rail as they head toward the far turn. Wicked Beautiful being ridden to improve in between horses. And Kate's Concerto trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter blasted past. Wet fast here in 21.96 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Aiming for Callie's Passion. Roman Goddess right there. Looming up at 2-5 for Gerardo Corrales. Roman Goddess is now on the move and has swept past Callie's Passion right there on the outside as they straighten away Miss Quest. They're homeward bound half mile. 45.34 seconds. Roman Goddess spins them in from Miss Quest. Toward the inside is Callie's Passion. Wicked Beautiful looks to run on in between fillies. Then on the far outside is Kate's Concerto. They come past the 16th, and here's Miss Quest. Miss Quest, and toward the inside battling Roman Goddess. Roman Goddess, Miss Quest, down toward the line. There's little in this. Roman Goddess seizes the day. Roman Goddess, Miss Quest, after a photo finish. Wicked Beautiful third, and Kate's Concerto finished fourth.
A thrilling stretch run in race number 2. The favorite, Roman Goddess, Gerardo Corrales, took the best shot from Miss Quest. Miss Quest, I thought at one moment with about a furlong left to run that Miss Quest was going to have enough to pull off a little bit of a price win in race number 2, but the favorite does prevail, Roman Goddess, in race number 2. We turn our attention now to race number 3, 6 furlongs on the dirt once again. Allowance, 41,000, non-winners of 2. We do have one scratch. The number 2, Take Charge Justice, is out. So a field now of 8 runners. And in a race like this, non-winners of 2, one of the things I try to do initially when looking at the competition, I like to see a horse, if there's no just clear standout, a horse that won its debut and is looking like a phenomenal horse for the future. Maybe one that has between 4 and 7 lifetime starts, and one that broke the maiden, not the most recent start, because I always think that's a little bit tough to break the maiden and then step up and face winners right away. So there were a number of candidates here, and I see a couple that have broke the maiden, tried stakes company, now settling back into a more manageable race. And on top, I'm going to go with the number 3 horse, Butch's Best. Gabe Saez is aboard for trainer John Ortiz. Of course, John Ortiz is someone that does have my attention when he brings a horse here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. I think there will be a little bit of a fun race right out of the gate between Butch's Best and the 4-horse Daddy's Dream. I think Butch's Best will get the best of Daddy's Dream, and the big key for this race will be if Gabe Saez can slow this 3-year-old gray colt down enough to have something left at the finish. I think that 7-2 price is fair, and I think I would be okay to bet Butch's Best on top in this race. Now, my second selection is currently the horse getting most of the money at this point. To the inside, the number 1 horse, currently 6-5, and that is Solar Power. So not too creative with my top 2 selections. As you can see by the betting, they are the most logical winners. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is someone that has had a lot of success here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for a number of years. There are times when making pick 4, pick 5 tickets, if I'm going to spread in a particular race, I'll just add a horse that Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is riding because he is the rider. Now, this is not just a pick because of the jockey, but I think Solar Power is a horse that has a really good chance to win this race. Inside, on the rail, on the dirt here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's been a good place to be. 6th place finish May 17th, so you don't love to see that, but then came back on June 15th and finished 3rd. And that race on May 17th was a tough one. It was a stakes race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Joe Ramos was aboard that day, took a lot of money, was 3-1 at post time, and then was the favorite most recently while finishing 3rd, or while finishing 2nd, I should say. So finishing 3rd to Butch's Best. Yeah, that's a key race. June 15th, Butch's Best finished 2nd, Solar Power finished 3rd. It will likely between these 2 horses here in race number 3. So I picked a couple of logicals on top. You've got to throw a long shot on your ticket, perhaps in the 3rd or 4th spot in a trifecta or superfecta. And I went with the number 5 horse, Fruitcake. Now, I like Butch's Best because I think it has the ability to win on the lead, the early pace advantage for Butch's Best. But however, if there is too much pressure on the lead, the horse that could be coming from off the pace could be Fruitcake. I used the Brisnet past performances, most recent late pace numbers. The last race, the best late pace numbers the last race went to Fruitcake. So perhaps the deep closer, you don't expect to see the 5 horse near the lead at the start, but be watching as they turn for home and see if Fruitcake at 19-1 with Sammy Bermudez aboard has a chance to perhaps pick up the pieces and maybe not get to that high bar real estate winner's circle, but perhaps add a little juice to the trifecta or to the superfecta. I didn't want to point out in 4th, currently 7-2, a nice story here from Cowboy Image. And so throughout the course of the day, we're going to see a number of trainers that you recognize, some coming from out of town, some that have had a lot of success here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. How about a shout out to Nikki Luce, the trainer of Cowboy Image, but not only the trainer, the owner, and the breeder. This is her 5th start of the meet at Horseshoe Indianapolis. all 4 previous starts were Cowboy Image. So it's safe to say that Cowboy Image gets a lot of TLC from trainer Nikki Luce, and most recently on June 17th in a maiden special weight race, Cowboy Image was victorious. And if you look, this horse has received a lot of support at the window. In each of its last 3 races has been the favorite, and also when using the Brisnet speed rating, 70, 68, 67 in the last 3 races. That number should stack up well, even with those inside 2 horses in this race. So I think Cowboy Image has a very good shot. No big surprises here that I like. The 3 Butch's Best, 1 Solar Power, Cowboy Image, and my long shot that I'm having a little interest in. The longest shot currently on the board is the 5, 19-1 Fruitcake. We're having a great day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck in race number 3.
Gino bringing the horses onto the track now for race 3. This sprint for the Indiana breds over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch 2, Take Charge Justice. Number 2, Take Charge Justice has been scratched as noted 7 Caboose ridden by Joe Ramos. Has ridden 9 winners here this race week. Joe Ramos, last year's leading jockey on 7 Caboose on parade for the state bred sprint. Race 3 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Noting in the 4th race, the first of our premier races, the Maury Holman George Memorial. 4th race, late jockey change for the 6 Chiquita Mosca will now be ridden by Josh Morales. That jockey change just in. 4th race, the first of our premier races here on Indiana Derby Day, the Maury Holman George Memorial. In the 4th race, number 6 Chiquita Mosca will be ridden by Joshua Morales. Also there, 9 Soul of an Angel, ridden by Ajari Williams on the 9 Soul of an Angel. Ajari Williams and Lasix for 9 Soul of an Angel. 5th race, the Ellen's Lucky Star is off the turf. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, wet fast still. 5th race, the Ellen's Lucky Star, scratch 2 It's Forever. 6 Ease Magic. 12 Star Wisher and 13 Sharon's Grey Hope. Now 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. crowd along the rail here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the big day of the meet. Again, great to have you with us on Indiana Derby Day 2023. Indiana bred sprinters in our third of the day. Scratch 2, Take Charge Justice, and again, Joe Ramos has ridden 9 winners here this Indiana Derby week. Last year's leading jockey on 106 wins. It's Joe Ramos on the 7 Caboose. The State Bred Sprint, Race 3, Due Wolf. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this Indiana bred sprint, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Solar Power has the rail draw. Manny Escobar, Mariachi Justice joins Solar Power. Here's Butch's Best. 2-1 favorite, Gabriel Saez for Johnny Ortiz. Favorite, Butch's Best. Joe Ramos with Caboose, Red Black Diamonds. Daddy's Dream, Rodney Prescott won the opener. Evil Intentions and Roman Goddess, our first 2 maiden sprint winners. Now Sammy Bermudez with Fruitcake, green with a white diamond belt. Edgar Morales with Elusive Warrior. One more. Fernando de la Cruz with Cowboy Image. Track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis remains labeled Wet Fast. They're in the gate. And they're off. Caboose rockets out. There's Butch's Best. Elusive Warrior in the white cap settles. And toward the inside, Solar Power. It's Butch's Best. Toward the inside, Butch's Best. And Caboose stays right there with Butch's Best as they drag race toward the half-mile pole. 2 to 3 clear from Elusive Warrior, who treks them from third. Solar Power running in fourth. Daddy's Dream is fifth. Cowboy Image is a wide sixth. And the top two, Butch's Best and Caboose, have really stretched them out at the 3.5. Fruitcake is running second to last, and Mariachi Justice trails the State Bred Sprint. The quarter was just over 22 seconds flat, 3 furlongs to go. Still a duel ensues. Caboose outside of Butch's Best, and it's Caboose who's taking a short lead here for Joe Ramos at the quarter pole. Butch's Best tries to stay with Caboose, and on the outside is Solar Power, Elusive Warrior. Daddy's Dream on the extreme outside. Fruitcake and toward the inside, Cowboy Image. Mariachi Justice was last as they straightened away. Caboose has been in a battle, but leads them with 1 furlong to go. It's Caboose who just clings on. Butch's Best toward the inside, Solar Power. Fruitcake they try to pick up late. They're close to home. It's Caboose. Caboose close to the finish. Caboose under the scorching hands of Joe Ramos, who wins another on Indiana Derby week. It's Caboose over closing Solar Power with Fruitcake, and Mariachi Justice was nearest at the finish. $110.89 after the State Bred Sprint. 110.89 seconds. Number 7, Caboose. 4 to 1 first. Bunch finish for second, third, fourth place. Hold all tickets until official. Caboose for Dennis Cluley. Joe Ramos rode 3 winners here on Wednesday. Scored a hat trick on Thursday. 3 more winners on yesterday's card. And here kicks off his Indiana Derby day on 4 to 1 Caboose after the State Bred Sprint first. 1 Solar Power. 5 to 2 gained second on the line. 3 Butch's Best. 2 to 1 favorite held third. A nose to 5 Fruitcake. At 8 to 1 closed on the line to be fourth. 7-1-3-5 after the State Bred Sprint. It's Caboose under the scorching hands of Joe Ramos. When you're hot, you're hot. Joe Ramos, a 10th riding win on this Indiana Derby week. Here on the 7, Caboose gets him home and stepping into the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle. Caboose with Joe Ramos, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Skylord. Out of the Sky Approval mare, Little Miss Cha-Cha. Bred in Indiana by Kathy and Dennis Cluley, who trains and owns. There for the Cody photo. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. He battled hard to take out that State Bred Sprint. It's Caboose at 4 to 1. 110.89. Track still wet fast. Results in. Good finish to that State Bred Sprint. 7-1 Exacta. paid $40.40. First pick 3 of the day. All sprints, Evil Intentions to Roman Goddess to Caboose. Holding on here after the State Bred Sprint. Opening pick 3, sprints all, $22.15. The 50-cent trifecta, 7-1-3 and even $51, 3-7 double, $29.40 with Fruitcake fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 7-1-3-5 for the superfecta result. 110.89, the first of our premier races. The fourth of our 12 is the Maury Holman George Memorial. No scratches, all 9 run. 6 Chiquita Mosca will be ridden by Joshua Morales. That's a late jockey change. Joshua Morales on 6 Chiquita Mosca. Number 9 Sullivan Angel will be ridden by Ajari Williams. His first call here in 2023 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ajari Williams on 9 Sullivan Angel picks up the mount. Also, back on Lasix medication, the 2-time winner 9 Sullivan Angel, treated with Lasix. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, 10-cent grand high 5, our first pentafecta wager on the Indiana Derby day card. Post time for the Maury Holman George Memorial will be in 20 minutes at 1:45. Cheers to Brown Foreman for their sponsorship at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Following our 8 premier races, and the first of those, the Maury Holman George Memorial, coming up at 1:45. All winning owners and trainers are invited to the Corbell Suite for a champagne toast to your victory. Once again, cheers to Brown Foreman for their sponsorship at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Following our 8 premier races, including this upcoming Maury Holman George Memorial, all winning owners and trainers are invited to the Corbell Suite for a champagne toast to your victory. And the Roth Caboose rockets out. There's Butch's Best, Elusive Warrior in the white cap settles, and toward the inside, Solar Power. It's Butch's Best. Toward the inside, Butch's Best, and Caboose stays right there with Butch's Best as they drag race toward the half-mile pole. 2 to 3 clear from Elusive Warrior, who treks them from 3rd. Solar Power running in 4th. Daddy's Dream is 5th. Cowboy Image is a wide 6th. And the top 2, Butch's Best and Caboose, have really stretched them out at the 3.5. Fruitcake is running second to last, and Mariachi Justice trails the State Bred Sprint. The quarter was just over 22 seconds flat, 3 furlongs to go. Still the duel ensues. Caboose outside of Butch's Best, and it's Caboose who's taking a short lead here for Joe Ramos at the quarter pole. Butch's Best tries to stay with Caboose, and on the outside is Solar Power, Elusive Warrior. Daddy's Dream on the extreme outside. Fruitcake and toward the inside, Cowboy Image. Mariachi Justice was last as they straightened away. Caboose has been in a battle, but leads them with 1 furlong to go. It's Caboose who just clings on. Butch's Best toward the inside, Solar Power. Fruitcake they try to pick up late. They're close to home. It's Caboose. Caboose close to the finish. Caboose under the scorching hands of Joe Ramos, who wins another on Indiana Derby week. It's Caboose over closing Solar Power with Fruitcake and Mariachi Justice was Well, once again, happy Indiana Derby Day from all of us at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Again, great to have you with us. Track is labeled wet fast. We've got those handicaps over the turf course here, rated good. Looking forward to both of those. The Jonathan Schuster Memorial, plus later today, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. They remain on the turf course here, rated good, as we now have clearing skies and a nice crowd joining us for Indiana Derby Day. Of course, the big day of the meet. Jockey-wise, well, Rodney Prescott, the all-time winningest jockey here, already kicked off the card with his win with Evil Intentions, and then we saw Roman Goddess battling all the way to the finish to take out that maiden win under jockey Gerardo Corrales, joining us here today. And just a moment ago, nobody hotter than Joe Ramos, 10th winner and still counting this Indiana Derby week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Joe Ramos leading jockey here last season with 106 wins, and he has just been en fuego this Indiana Derby week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Speaking of jockeys on Indiana Derby Day, today's edition of Dooley's Data. Let's take a look at some jockey history on the big day of the season. And how about Robbie Alvarado? Robbie holds the record for the most appearances in the Indiana Derby with 11. Robbie Alvarado also has the most Indiana Derby wins. Uno, dos, tres, three. One Bold Stroke, Orientate, and Zanero. Robbie's hat trick of wins in the Indiana Derby. Brian Hernandez Jr., he's here today. BJ is the only jockey in this year's race that has won the Indiana Derby. BJ finished in a dead heat for the win with Cielo Gold in 2006. Today he'll ride Hayes Strike, Brian Hernandez Jr. That's the Texas Derby winner. And Hayes Strike was also third in the Ohio Derby, too. A horse I loved all winter at the fairgrounds. And the winner of that Ohio Derby was Two Phils, now since retired by his connections. How about Eddie Perez, locally based here at Horseshoe Indianapolis? Eddie Perez has the most career wins of 2,665. Keep on winning, Eddie Perez. And Luis Fuentes comes in from Lone Star Park with On the Stage. And Luis Fuentes has the most wins this season in the nation with 72. Some jockeys data for the Indiana Derby here today, and a look back to the past. Robbie Alvarado, a three-time champion of the Indiana Derby, who will be crowned the winning rider, trainer, owner of this year's Indiana Derby. We'll find out later today. That's the 12th and final as we save the best for last.
Race number 4 kicks off 7 straight stakes races here on Indiana Derby Day in Horseshoe, Indianapolis. The 13th running of the $100,000 Mary Holman George Memorial Stakes in here. And we've got a very nice field set to go a mile and a 16th on the main track, a distance that we don't really run all that often right now. And I'm down here. The wind is blowing. The sun is out. It is a beautiful day after a rainy start. Our track's soon to be listed as fast in here. Right now, wet fast, but it has to be drying out incredibly quick. We've seen Speed do very well early on in here, and there is a couple of horses that look like they want to go to the lead, including number 3. It's All About Action, who I'm sure the connections after being 2 for 2 on the wet track were hopeful to get some rain, but Hardy Constitution is the one that the bettors have settled on, and I think this one is going to be tough to beat in this spot as well. 1 to 2, really not a horse that you're going to make a ton of action on. A $2 win wager would return $3, but it certainly looks deserved for Joe Sharp's 4-year-old filly by Constitution, who has really figured things out so far in her 4-year-old season. A perfect 3 for 3, and they've done anything that they have asked her to do. She's won on the turf, she's won on the main track, and she's won all around the country at Fairgrounds, Churchill, and Penn National. She's 3 for 3 this year at 3 different racetracks. They're going to put that to the test with a 4th different racetrack in here, a mile and a 16th the distance. Certainly not any problem in that issue. And one of those wins on the main track on Churchill, it was an optional claimer, but it actually came on the Kentucky Oaks card on the undercard, and I was very impressed with that race. Was weaving through horses, going through the lane, and really was a much best winner that day at 7 to 1. Right now on the board at 1 to 2. I thought we were going to get the rain. It did come in, but it's drying out very quick. It's All About Action as a horse who was doing the rain dance. We talked about 2 for 2 early on. Gets tested for class in this spot coming in from Mountaineer and Mahoning Valley. 17 to 1 on the board. Certainly a player in here, as this one could be the pace setter up front, and the one with the lead turning for home at double-digit odds of 17 to 1, but a very nice field of 9 set to take the 13th running of the $100,000 Mary Holman George Memorial Stakes as the riders getting the leg up. The horse making their way to the track and will be at the gate for race number 4 in 5 minutes. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 4th race, the first of our premier races on Indiana Derby Day. Mary Holman George Memorial. This over the mile and a 16th. Track remains labeled wet fast. All 9 run. 6 Chiquita Mosca, jockey change to Joshua Morales. On 6 Chiquita Mosca, 9 Sullivan Angel. The rider there, his first mount at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Ajari Williams rides 9 Sullivan Angel, and that filly has been treated with Lasix. Lasix for the 9 Sullivan Angel. Here's the field on parade for the Mary Holman George Memorial. 1 is Hardy Constitution with Brian Hernandez Jr. Joe Sharp trains for Wayne Sanders and Highlander Training Center of Lawrence Hirsch. 2 is Lil King's Princess with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Riding for Johnny Ortiz, who trains for breeder Barbara Lundbeck and owners Robert Durbin and Portage Racing LLC Joe Morse. Number 3, it's All About Action with Gerardo Carrez. Eric Reed trains for Jerry Jamgachin, maroon and the gold chevrons. Here's the 4, Take a Stand. Will Take Charge filly, partnered with Fernando de la Cruz. Riding for Victoria Oliver, trains the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Homebred. 5, Raindrops on Roses. Rodney Prescott, the all-time winningest jockey here and a 3-time champion. He's on the scoreboard today, riding here for Patrick Huffman. Raindrops on Roses is owned by Hiram C. Polk Jr., Susan Gellenduck, and Pat Huffman. Number 6, Chiquita Mosca, note the jockey, Joshua Morales. Trained by Ishmael Bahena for Reyes Gutierrez. Number 7, Fast and Feminine, has the services of Joe Ramos. Randy Snipes trains, owned by Randy L. Snipes Revocable Trust. 8 is Jungle Juice with Rafael Bejarano, trained by Anna Mia, postword for Beth Ford and David Mia in the Shocking Pink. And the 9 is Soul of an Angel with Ajari Williams, trained by Gerald James, who owns in partnership with Hall Performance LLC of Christine L. and Harold F. Hall. The field for the Mary Holman George Memorial, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and there is the 10-cent grand high 5. The Mary Holman George is named in honor of former Indiana owner, breeder, and advocate for racing, Mary Holman George, an icon in the state of Indiana. In addition to her family's work with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mary was passionate about horses and ran a large breeding operation, Circle S Ranch in Terre Haute. She is a former member of the Quarter Horse Breed Development Committee and was a huge philanthropist in the state, including organizing and funding rescues for greyhounds and horses. The Mary Holman George Memorial due off here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in just a minute or so. Please note we now have a late scratch to announce for the first time from the 5th race, the Ellen's Lucky Star. That is off the turf, 1 mile and 70 yards for the Ellen's Lucky Star. That's the 5th. Number 11, Single Her, has now been scratched. Scratch 11, Single Her. Refunds due on that filly. Number 11, Single Her, now scratched from the 5th race, the Ellen's Lucky Star. The Mary Holman George Memorial due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Mary Holman George Memorial. Loading Brian Hernandez Jr. with Hardy Constitution. 2-5 on the Constitution filly. And the favorites in. Loading up. Raindrops on Roses, Rodney Prescott. Started the card with Evil Intentions, winning the maiden sprint. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Lil King's Princess has moved in. Josh Morales with Chiquita Masca. Now it's all about action. Gerardo Corrales won our seconds of the day. Fast and Feminine, Joe Ramos riding for a double. Rafael Bejarano, Jungle Juice, Fernando de la Cruz take a stand and one more. Ajari Williams with Soul of an Angel over the mile and a 16th. Track remains labeled wet fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off to an even start in the Mary Holman George Memorial. It's all about action. Strides out with Lil King's Princess in the orange cap. Here comes an early bid by Fast and Feminine, and right there on the outside, Jungle Juice caught wide as they charge into the first turn. It's Lil King's Princess. Lil King's Princess, it's all about action, is close up at the 6.5. With on the outside, Raindrops on Roses, and Jungle Juice is a wide fourth. In the meantime, saving ground for Brian Hernandez Jr., the race favorite, Hardy Constitution there in the blue cap, and joined by Take a Stand. As they go to the back, it's a break of two more to Fast and Feminine. The trailers are Soul of an Angel, who's running second to last, and finally, Chiquita Masca at those 86-1 odds has drifted back to be ninth and last. 23.49 for the lead part, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Lil King's Princess is the leader here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. It's all about action. Stays right with her for Gerardo Corrales with Jungle Juice now. Launching a bid 3 wide there for Rafael Bejarano. Raindrops on Roses running in fourth. Take a Stand, takes a wider angle of attack, and Hardy Constitution looking to pick through traffic there with inside 3 furlongs to go. Fast and Feminine gains on the extreme outside, and Fast and Feminine right with Hardy Constitution. They're about 4 from the front. Then comes Soul of an Angel. Chiquita Masca just relegated. Lil King's Princess to last as these fillies mares turn for home. 3/4 woman at 11.85 seconds. Raindrops on Roses with a sweep. Here comes Take a Stand. Hardy Constitution now switched out from in behind a wall of horses. Jungle Juice 5 but has dropped back. It's all about action also dropping back. Moving up Chiquita Masca, and here comes Soul of an Angel, and she's rattling home too. It's Soul of an Angel. Raindrops on Roses Take a Stand with Ajari Williams. Soul of an Angel to win the Mary Holman George Memorial from Raindrops on Roses with Take a Stand, Chiquita Masca, Hardy Constitution, Fast and Feminine. We trail back to It's All About Action with Jungle Juice and a tailed off Lil King's Princess. $144.81 after the Mary Holman George Memorial. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges. It was the first of our 8 premier races here on Indiana Derby Day. Soul of an Angel was the first mount here in 2023 for Ajari Williams. Comes in to take the win for Gerald James. Number 9, Soul of an Angel, 9-1 first. 5, Raindrops on Roses. 25-1 on the runner-up to Soul of an Angel. 4, Take a Stand. 4 to 1/3. 6, Chiquita Masca. At those 86-1 odds getting into the frame. And then at 1-2, Hardy Constitution was 5th, and that's for the Pentafecta. 9, 5, 4, 6, and the big favorite ran 5th. 144.81. Result official. Returning to today's Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle will be 9 Sullivan Angel, under the hands of Jari Williams, who comes in to win the first of our premier races. Nine to 1 winner. 9 Sullivan Angel is a 4-year-old dark mare brown filly by Atrides out of Factor 1 by the Factor. Sullivan Angel was bred in Kentucky by Westbrook Stables LLC for Gerald James, who trains, and Whole Performance LLC of Christine L. and Harold F. Hull. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sullivan Angel, charged home to take the Mary Holman George Memorial. Results and prices. Winner's presentation coming up. 9.5 exacta paid $502.80. 50-cent trifecta, $442.25. With Hardy Constitution 5th, the 10-cent pentafecta, 95461, paid $4,724.41. 7-9 double, 172.20. 10-cent superfecta, Chiquita Mosca, ran fourth at 86 to 1, $1,253.20. 9.546 for the 10-cent superfecta. Named in honor of former Indiana owner, breeder, and advocate for racing, Mary Holman George, an icon of the state here of Indiana. Making the trophy presentation, Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager of Racing, Eric Holstrom, and Assistant Racing Secretary, Chris Kramack. Making the trophy presentation to the winning connections, Sullivan Angel, shipped in to win the Mary Holman George Memorial. Look at the 50-cent early pick 4 Will Pace here on the big day of the meet as we go to the 5th. The Ellen's Lucky Star is off the turf. This and the 7th race, the Snack, transferred over to the main track, while the Jonathan Schuster Memorial and the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap remain on the turf. The 5th and the 7th, the Snack, are off the turf. The Ellen's Lucky Star, main track, 1 mile and 70 yards, scratch 2 hits forever. 6 E's Magic. Take out 11 Single Her, 12 Star Wisher, and 13 Sharon's Grey Hope. Scratch 2-6, 11, 12, and number 13. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent Grand High 5 on the Ellen's Lucky Star. Double and pick 3. Post time will be in 22 minutes off at 2:19. Down to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle. And Jeremiah Johnson on hand here on Indiana Derby Day. JJ with the winning connections of 9 to 1, Sullivan Angel.
Trainer Gerald James, jockey Jari Williams, victorious. A memorable, emotional Mary Holman George Stakes victory here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The first stakes win for trainer and also for jockey. And as they were coming down the stretch, I'll ask Jari what he was thinking, but you were jumping up and down.
Yes, I was. I was so excited. I knew she was going to get there.
And this is just your second starter of the meet. And your first stakes winners. And just how emotional is this when you think about all the blood, sweat, and tears that you've put into this sport?
It didn't quite set in yet, but it'll sweat in later. I've been through a lot.
Both trainer and jockey are from the Virgin Islands. Jari, your first stakes win as well. And you told me you were here in 2016 for one race. You come in and you're riding this one race. What was your expectation level going into the race?
All week, me and Gerald been committing back on the phone and stuff, and he always telling me the filly's ready, she's sharp, all I need to do is give her a strong ride. Coming by the 3/8, I see we were sitting close, so I sit a little chilly, wait for something to open up, wait for the top of the lane, tip her out, and oh man, I can't even explain the feeling right now.
Tell me about this connection to the U.S. Virgin Islands that you two have, and now that you could share in this first stakes victory together.
Well, he's known me from since a kid in Tampa. Other than my dad and my brothers, he was the first person to actually like believed in me and give me a shot and actually gave me the confidence no matter where I'm at, called me, kept in contact with me, just gave me motivation anytime I needed it and stuff. So I don't know how much I appreciate this for him, man. This is like a dream right now to win my first for him.
Congratulations, soul of an angel, Gerald. It rained earlier, but I see a lot of sweat from the way you were jumping up and down.
Oh yeah, I was full of energy. I was excited. My back is hurting me, but I was still jumping. It's really exciting, and I hope this is just the beginning for many more.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Both of you.
Thank you, sir.
They're off to an even start in the Mary Holman George Memorial. It's all about action. Strides out with Lil King's Princess in the orange cap. Here comes an early bid by Fast and Feminine, and right there on the outside, Jungle Juice caught wide as they charge into the first turn. It's Lil King's Princess. Lil King's Princess, it's all about action, is close up at the 6.5. With on the outside, Raindrops on Roses, and Jungle Juice is a wide fourth. In the meantime, saving ground from Brian Hernandez Jr., the race favorite, Hardy Constitution there in the blue cap, and joined by Take a Stand. As they go to the back, it's a break of two more to Fast and Feminine. The trailers are Soul of an Angel, who's running second to last, and finally, Chiquita Mosca at those 86-1 odds has drifted back to be ninth and last. 23.49 for the lead part, making this run toward the half-mile pole, Lil King's Princess is the leader here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. It's all about action. Stays right with her for Gerardo Corrales with Jungle Juice now. Launching a bid 3 wide there for Rafael Bejarano. Raindrops on Roses running in fourth. Take a Stand, takes a wider angle of attack, and Hardy Constitution looking to pick through traffic there with inside 3 furlongs to go. Fast and Feminine gains on the extreme outside, and Fast and Feminine right with Hardy Constitution. They're about 4 from the front. Then comes Soul of an Angel. Chiquita Mosca just relegated Lil King's Princess to last as these fillies mares turn for home. 3/4 1 minute 11.85 seconds. Raindrops on Roses with a sweep. Here comes Take a Stand. Hardy Constitution now switched out from behind a wall of horses. Jungle Juice 5 but has dropped back. It's all about action also dropping back. Moving up Chiquita Mosca, and here comes Soul of an Angel, and she's rattling home too. It's Soul of an Angel. Raindrops on Roses Take a Stand with Ajari Williams. Soul of an Angel to win the Mari Holman George Memorial from Raindrops on Roses with Take a Stand, Chiquita Mosca, Hardy Constitution, Fast and Feminine. We trail back to It's All About Action. Once again, cheers to Brown Forman for their sponsorship of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2023. Tequila Herradura and Corbel, all winning owners and trainers just a moment ago. The first of our premier races. Going to Soul of an Angel for Gerald James. All winning owners and trainers invited to the Corbel Suite for a champagne toast to your victory. Soul of an Angel at 9-1, having won the Murray Holman George Memorial.
11 minutes to race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and what a nice $21 winner in the Mary Holman George. I know that Gerald was very excited. I thought someone was screaming back there. I turned around and it ended up being Gerald, the winning trader, Gerald James, Soul of an Angel. What a way to kick off some excellent stakes action here today. The 2 and the 6 are out of this race, as well as the 11, 12, and 13. So we have 8 betting interests left in the 15th running of the Ellen's Lucky Star, $100,000 guaranteed, Indiana bred 3-year-old handicap for fillies and mares. We are coming off of the turf for these first 2 races. We are going to stay on the turf for the last 2 stakes, grass stakes. So these 2 will be ran at a mile and a 70 on the dirt. I'm going to go with the rail here, the 1, Corningstone. Brian Hernandez comes in to ride for Kenny McPeak. He's 21% in non-graded stakes and does have one of the best speed figures at the distance. And yes, I can already hear Brian Aragoni chastising me for having the 1 to 9, but I think in this field, really, dirt-wise and route-wise is the one to beat. Now, I circled the May 9th effort at a mile, an allowance non-2, won by over 12 lengths as the heavy favorite. Came back in that race, the last one, in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore. Now, that was a mile and a 16th. I don't really think that she got the trip that she wanted. She does normally lay off the pace, but I feel like it's a little bit more than what she was that day. She was only 3 lengths off the leader and ended up getting second by almost 4. But she put up an 86 in there, and that is far and above the speed figures for this group at the distance. And then I'm going to go next to the 4, All About the Image. I didn't think we would get 30 to 1 on this one. Coming off of the turf, I think is good. 48 to 1. Love to see it. I thought this one would get bet a little bit with it coming off the turf, because if you look at some of the a mile and 70 on June 14th was a really nice third and even overcame a lot of trouble. Now, in stakes action, the record is not good, I understand, but this one has had a couple of nice route races. There's a little bit of moisture in this track as well, which I think that she's going to like. Mike and Penny Lauer are notoriously good at the Indiana bred stakes. Sometimes handicaps, any of our premier racing, they are really, really sneaky. Some of them win at high odds, and I think that that could be the case here today. So a little bit of a long shot here, the 3, a lot of a long shot. The 4, 3-year-old daughter of Reddy's Image. It's that June 14th third place finish at a mile and 70 today's distance that got me there. And then I am going to go to the 7, Krickenberger. Edgar Morales is aboard for Eric Foster. Third off the layoff is a key start, and at a mile distance, 5 starts and 5 in the money finishes. Now, I know we're a mile and 70. I don't think the 70 yards is going to make that big of a difference here. So being 5 for 5 in the money at today's distance is a big deal for me. 6 of 7 in the money life. Every single one of this 3-year-old filly's tries have been nice. The only one you could probably draw a line through is that November 1st try, and that was a maiden. It was only second time out. Coming off a 3rd place finish on the turf, but was really close to breaking the maiden at a mile, just missing by less than a length back in November. So definitely looking at a good group here. There's a little bit on the outside that you could go with, maybe a long shot if you wanted to put together a or a superfecta. You could throw in the 8, but I've got 1, 4, 7 here, the heavy favorite with the 1, Corningstone, on top in the Ellen's Lucky Star. Good luck.
Tequila Herradura. Cheers to our sponsors from Brown Forman. Tequila Herradura Corbel. The winners suite here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Stepping onto the track for the fifth race, the Ellen's Lucky Star. This in race 7, the stack taken off the turf course. Again, later today, the Jonathan Schuster Memorial and the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap remain on the course rated good later today. This over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, It's Forever. 6 E's Magic, 11 Single Her. That was a late scratch. Take out 12 Star Wisher and 13 Sharon's Great Hope. Here they are for the Ellen's Lucky Star. 1 is Corningstone. There's Brian Hernandez Jr., Royal Blue and Fuchsia Horsehead for Kenny McPeak, who trains for 5 Phillies Stable LLC, and Balios Racing Stable of Bruce Butler. Scratch 2. 3 is Sassy Katie with Eddie Perez. Bob Gorham trains for breeder and owner Teresa and Herb Bricel, Smoky Creek Farm. Number 4, All About the Image. She's ridden here by Sammy Bermudez. Green, white diamond belt and a white cap. Here for Mike and Penny Lauer. 5, Riley's Redemption with Joe Ramos. Tony Duran trains for breeders owners Dwayne Tinkle and Kevin Patterson. She's a 3-time winner. Scratch the 6. Here's the 7, Krickenberger. Temperature filly with Edgar Morales taking the call. Eric and Foster trains for Forster Family Racing. Douglas Miller and William Wargel. 8 is Sierra Empire with Santo Sanjor. Riding here for Stephen Fosdick and breeder owner Blaine Davidson. 9, Wildcat Justice with Orlando Mejica. Postword for Lucky J Stable LLC, Carlos Tanda. Tony Granitz trains and co-owns the daughter of Harry's Holiday. And 10 Chimes with Rodney Prescott has a win on the card. Another one here for Mike and Penny Lauer. Chimes with a green cap. Once again, scratch the 2, 6, 11, 12, and number 13. All have been withdrawn. The 15th running of the Ellen's Lucky Star is named in honor of the former Indiana-bred standout racing mare. The multiple stakes winner in Indiana won 10 races during her career with earnings of more than $250,000. She was campaigned by Greg Foley for Royal 10 Racing. The 2023, the Ellen's Lucky Star. Due off in a minute. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta, double, start of another rolling 50-cent pick 3. With those joining us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the big day of the meet, if you can, do try to make your selections and Indiana Derby Day wagers early. Thank you. 1 minute. Positioning the starting gate here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the Ellen's Lucky Star at the 1 mile 70-yard main track start. Track here on Indiana Derby Day remains labeled Wet Fast. The second of our 8 premier races, the Ellen's Lucky Star. Due off. Please note, after starting today's Indiana Derby Day card with a wet fast track, and again later today, the Jonathan Schuster Memorial and the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, those two races remain on the turf course here, rated good. There's no portable rail up. Main track now fast. Started the card as a wet fast strip ahead of the Ellen's Lucky Star. Track Superintendent Tony Martinez and his crew, day in and do out, doing an excellent job here for our horse players. Main track fast. Air Horse 1 drone view of the 3-year-old fillies at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track fast. The sky view going down to the 1 mile 70 yard. Main track start for the Ellen's Lucky Star. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Ellen's Lucky Star. 1-5, Corning Stone, Brian Hernandez Jr. for Kenny McPeak. The favorite Corning Stone first in. Edgar Morales with Quickenberger, yellow red dots. Joined the big favorite Corning Stone, loading up. Now Eddie Perez with Sassy Katie. Santo Sanjor with Sierra Empire. This over the 1 mile, 70 yards. Orlando Mexico, Wildcat Justice in the gold. 1-5 on Corning Stone. Sammy Bermudez with All About the Image. Green, white diamond belt and a white cap. All About the Image like chimes, both for Mike Lauer. 2 back. Riley's Redemption. Joe Ramos on the Saturday scoreboard. So stand by at 1 mile and 70 yards. One more. Chimes. Rodney Prescott has a win on the big card. This in race 7, the snack taken off the turf. Main track fast. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the Ellen's Lucky Star. Sassy Katie, Riley's Redemption in the orange cap with an early bid. Wildcat Justice End. On the outside is Chimes, who strides up, and Corningstone holds that position with the rail as they enter the first turn at Sassy Katie. With Eddie Perez, Sassy Katie leads these Indiana breds to the back. From a close-up, Riley's Redemption, who's now taking the early lead here for Joe Ramos. Riley's Redemption in front of Sassy Katie, who just yields the front. Then it's a break of 4 more to Corningstone. Now a clear third. The big favorite there for Brian Hernandez Jr. with at the inside All About the Image, and the white cap and chimes is running in 5th. Wildcat Justice 6th, making his run toward the half-mile pole. The trailers are Sierra Empire and Quickenberger. The opening quarter was 24. .04 seconds now, nearing the half-mile pole. Sassy Katie by a half to 3/4 to Riley's Redemption, who stays right there near with Sassy Katie. Corningstone is drawing in now from third. The half-mile for these 3-year-old fillies on a fast track 47.61. They round the far turn. Riley's Redemption, Sassy Katie second at the inside, and they're sized up by Corningstone, who's coming with her run now as they approach the quarter pole. Then on the far outside, Quickenberger has made a move. Coming past All About the Image, Chimes, Sierra Empire, and Wildcat Justice is last as they turn for home 3/4. 1 minute 12.38 seconds, and there she goes, Corningstone. At 1-9, Corningstone has taken charge with 1 furlong to go, and Corningstone has the kick. 6-7 lengths in front of Sassy Katie, Riley's Redemption, and on the outside, Quickenberger with Brian Hernandez Jr. Corningstone completely conquers. And the Ellen's Lucky Star, Sassy Katie was second to Corningstone. Quickenberger third, Riley's Redemption, Wildcat Justice, Sierra Empire, and the last two to pull up were Chimes, and finally All About the Image. In 141.52, the judges have posted the full unofficial run order after race 5, the Ellen's Lucky Star. 1-3-7-5, the 9 ran 5th for the Pentafecta. First number 1, Corningstone. At 1-9, over 3, Sassy Katie, 10-1 on the runner-up to the big favorite. 7, Quickenberger. 11-1 third. 5, Riley's Redemption at 17-1 odds ran 4th for the Superfecta. And 9, Wildcat Justice getting into the Pentafecta. After the running of the Ellen's Lucky Star, 141.52. Track has gone from wet fast early to fast after the Ellen's Lucky Star. Corningstone, Cantharos filly, Brian Hernandez Jr., Kenny McPeak here at the shoe, giving BJ the leg up on 1-9 Corningstone. The winning groom leading back to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital Winner's Circle. Number 1, Corningstone with Brian Hernandez Jr. Corningstone is a 3-year-old bay filly by Cantharos out of the Street Sense mare Ice Woman. Bred in Indiana by Doctors Deanne and Greg Baer. Kenny McPeak trains for Brett Setzer's 5 Filly Stable LLC and Bruce Muller's Balios Racing Stable. There's Kenny McPeak, and there's Corningstone. Takes out the Ellen's Lucky Star. Congratulations to the winning connections of the Cantharos filly. Official. 1-3 Exacta returned $8 even. 50-cent trifecta, 1-3-7, $8.55. 9-1 double, $38.40 after the first 2 of our 8 premier races. The 10-cent superfecta, 1-3-7-5, $5.94. Pick 3, $63.25. 50-cent early pick 5 for $399 even. 50-cent early pick 4 here. Daily starts on our second of the day. 50-cent early pick 4 for an even $175. And the 10-cent Pentafecta with Wildcat Justice 5th. 13759, 10-cent Grand High 5, $14.23. The 2, 6, 11, 12, and 13 were the non-runners. Favorite first, 141.52. Trophy presentation after the Ellen's Lucky Star being made by Eric Corrado, Thoroughbred Breed Development Coordinator. Also, Horseshoe Indianapolis Director of Racing, Chris Polson. And Assistant Racing Secretary here, Chris Kamak, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Corningstone. Jeremiah Johnson will have the winning connections from the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital Winner's Circle in just a moment. Noting the sixth race, it's a maiden sprint. Race 6 next of our dozen. Scratch 2, 9-pointer. 3, Epic the Legend. Take out 8, Commando Joe. Scratch 10, Outstanding Justice. And the 14, Cha-Cha Larry. 13, Philip Snow draws in. 5, Race Maiden. Number 13, Philip Snow will run. 4, Lucky's Joy, a jockey change to Manny Esquivel on 4, Lucky's Joy. Race 6, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Another 10-cent Grand High Five, double. 50-cent Pick 3 on a fast track. Post time will be in 23 minutes at 2:54. JJ with BJ.
A professional victory for Corningstone. Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard. Let's go through what we saw as the race started. It looked like a pretty intense battle for the lead. What was your mindset as it looked like 4 or 5 horses showed some interest early?
Yeah, they did. You know, with having the one hole like I did, I just wanted to get around the first turn in good order, and I figured she was the best filly today, so all I had to do was just kind of give her the cleanest trip possible and stay out of her way.
I know you can't pay attention to the tote board, but when you're riding a 1 to 9, is that added pressure for you?
No, not really. You're just hoping that the public's correct and she shows up and does what she did today.
I remember when I first went through this card and I was trying to look at horses, jockeys, I said, Brian Hernandez could have a big day today. This was just your second of 7 races on the day. What's the object? What are you thinking moving forward?
Just hopefully all the horses show up. You know, like you said, I looked at the form as well, and they all look really, really well spotted, so we'll just have to go out there and give them the cleanest trip possible and just let them be the best horse in the race.
Hayes Strike in the Indiana Derby. What are your thoughts on your chances there?
He looks like he's got a big chance. You know, Kenny spotted him well. He ran him in the Texas Derby, and he won it. He came back in Ohio. He ran a respectable race there. So today the only thing we've got going against us today is it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of speed in the race today, so hopefully our horse will travel well early and we can run him down late.
Always appreciate having Brian Hernandez Jr. at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's on the board in race number 6.
Gate. And they're off. And the Ellen's Lucky Star. Sassy Katie, Riley's Redemption in the orange cap with an early bid. Wildcat Justice End. On the outside is Chimes, who strides up, and Corningstone holds that position with the rail as they enter the first turn. It's Sassy Katie with Eddie Perez. Sassy Katie leads these Indiana breds to the back. From a close-up, Riley's Redemption, who's now taking the early lead here for Joe Ramos. Riley's Redemption in front of Sassy Katie, who just yields the front. Then it's a break of 4 more to Corningstone. Now a clear third. The big favorite there for Brian Hernandez Jr. with at the inside, All About the Image of the white cap, and Chimes is running in 5th. Wildcat Justice 6th, making his run toward the half-mile pole. The trailers are Sierra Empire and Krickenberger. The opening quarter was 24.04 seconds now, nearing the half-mile pole. Sassy Katie by a half to 3/4 to Riley's Redemption, who stays right there near with Sassy Katie. Corningstone is drawing in now from third. The half mile for these 3-year-old fillies on a fast track 47.61. They round the far turn. Wiley's Redemption, Sassy Katie second at the inside, and they're sized up by Corningstone, who's coming with her run now as they approach the quarter pole. Then on the far outside, Quickenberger has made a move, coming past All About the Image, Chimes, Sierra Empire, and Wildcat Justice is last as they turn for home 3/4. 1 minute 12.38 seconds, and there she goes, Corningstone. At 1-9, Corningstone has taken charge with 1 furlong to go, and Corningstone has the kick. 6-7 lengths in front of Sassy Katie, Riley's Redemption, and on the outside, Quickenberger with Brian Hernandez Jr. Corningstone completely conquers. And the Ellen's Lucky Star, Sassy Katie was second to Corningstone. Quickenberger third, Riley's Redemption, Wild
I want to remind everybody that courtesy of the Indiana Breed Development, we do have a virtual reality experience for our patrons today. It is completely free. If you would like to see what it is like to be a jockey, we have these equicizers over there, these nice people. They're going to open here in a few minutes. You can go sign up. They have virtual reality goggles, and then you get on the equicizer and you can see what it's like to actually be in a horse race. It's right over there by the playground, and you can go line up. It's behind the food truck on that side of the apron on the playground side, and you can sign up and check that out. Also, I want to remind you guys that we do have the cigar rolling station to the first 500 that's going to be in the tent. We do have the Mega Bet giveaway, first floor OTB, where you get the programs. You can sign up for that. It's a $3,000 across-the-board bet on the Indiana Derby. After this race, we are going to do a jockey t-shirt toss after the 6th race. Then we are going to do the hat contest later after race 9, and we are going to announce the Mega Bet winner after race 10. The Legends Handicapping Contest has started, so be sure to follow along with that. And don't forget to go check out the Jockey Virtual Reality Station. And I want to remind all of our stakes connections that you can go into the Derby Suite. Today we have converted it to the Corbell Champagne Suite. Any owners and trainers today, head on into the Corbell Champagne Suite for a free champagne toast. We'll be having that throughout the day. And thank you so much to our sponsors, Seesh and Corbell and Indiana Breed Development, for making our day a success.
Horses down here in the paddock for race number 6. Maiden special weight now just 8 minutes away as we inch ever so closely to kicking off that pick 4, which will start in race number 7. We've also got another pick 5 coming up, but a few scratches to go over for this maiden special weight event. Scratch 2, 3, 8, 10, and 14. I happen to fancy your outside runners in here. Forever Friends, the lightly raced 3-year-old son of Harry's Holiday, who's 0 for 2 in the career, did debut at 2 years old last year, but I was impressed with the 3-year-old debut on June 17th. It was our international fest for the World Jockey Challenge with night racing, and this horse raced excellent in there. Went off just under 6-1, was kind of in between horses. It was a challenging race for a horse off of a long layoff, being in between horses, kind of uncomfortable position throughout, but fought on all the way through the wire. Did finish 3rd that day and actually lost to Philip Snow, who's your current favorite right now at 2-1. They're both co-favored at this point between the 11 and the 13. The 13 on your screen now, Philip Snow, actually won that race on the International Fest. But Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, these guys have been absolutely red hot. Philip Snow has his hands cut out for him in here, currently favored at 2-1, breaking from post position number 13. That is no easy task, but does have tactical early speed. Could be your pace setter in here. The only problem with your current favorite right now, 5 starts, 2 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes. Did stay on willingly last time out. I thought Philip Snow and Forever Friends were well clear of the rest of that field. In fact, both of them were 6 lengths clear of your 4th-place finish, and nobody has been hotter in the jocks room than Joe Ramos. Currently favored is Philip Snow. In third, I thought I'd try a long shot in here. I thought Star Review ran very admirably. This is a horse they paid $5,000 for at the sale back in 2021. Will make the career start number 4 today and ran in a race where anyone could have won. Big City Heat also comes back in this spot as well. It was on June 15th. A good late running style. There is plenty of pace to chase in here. And one thing we've learned with this track continuing to dry out, it's playing very fair. You can come from anywhere in the race to win, and that's exactly what Star Review wants to do. Come from off the pace. Joshua Morales is going to try and time it right with a long shot at 10-1, a live long shot at that. But I'm going to try and get one of our leading riders each and every year, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., home a winner in here for the lightly raced son of Harry's Holiday. It's Forever Friends, bet down from 8-1. Currently your second choice at 5-2 as a big field of maidens set to go 6 in 6 minutes.
The horses call poster now for the 6th race. This Stanebred maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs. Scratch 2, 9-pointer, 3, Epic the Legend. Take out 8, Commando Joe. Scratch 10, Outstanding Justice, and the 14, Cha-Cha Larry. For Lucky's Joy, the jockey Manny Esquivel rides the 3-race maiden. Manny Esquivel on the 4, Lucky's Joy. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3. Main track fast. 4 minutes to post time. On parade 4 minutes to get a bet on. Star Review, the 6 was last to step onto the track. The 6 Star Review last on. Post time in 3 minutes. Now 2 minutes to post time for the maiden sprint. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Big City Heat. Rodney Prescott won the opening maiden with Evil Intentions. Sando Sanjo with Bigly Huge. He's joined Big City Heat. We're loading up. Manny Esquivel with Lucky's Joy in the green. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Tanny Como as the substitute black house silks on here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Reiteration, Kenna Anderson claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Reiteration has joined the line. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Forever Friends. Josh Morales with Star Review. Edgar Morales, Jenny's Beignet. That's 6 furlongs, so stand by one more. Fast Track, Philip Snow. Joe Ramos has a win on the card. 10 for the week and 38 for the meet. All in line. And the Roth, Jenny's Beignet strides away. There goes Lucky's Joy, who's made a break now for Manny Esquivel. Lucky's Joy dashed to the lead from sharp starting Jenny's Beignet with in between horses Forever Friends. Nearest the inside is Big City Heat, who's right there now making a split for Rodney Prescott, and Philip Snow is part of the pursuit as they go toward the far turn. These are clear by some 6 lengths from Tanny Como being ridden with well over 3 furlongs to go. Bigly Huge is running second to last and beaten for speed at 18-1. Reiteration trails the maiden sprint. The quarter was 22.15 seconds. They have 3 furlongs to go. It's Big City Heat. Big City Heat is just in front here from a looming up Jenny's Beignet, who now leads the way with Star Review in between horses. Jenny's Beignet, Star Review, Big City Heat. Philip Snow is coming on the far outside. Forever Friends, and toward the inside is Lucky Joy, who led but has dropped back. Jenny's Beignet leads the way. Half mile in 45.58 seconds. Jenny's Beignet with 1 furlong to go. Up by 3 from Big City Heat, who still battles in between horses. Star Review as they come past the 16th. A late bid toward the rail by Reiteration. They're close to home with Edgar Morales. Jenny's Beignet. Jenny's Beignet bounds home by 2. Reiteration might have just gained second to line from Big City Heat. Then Star Review, Lucky's Joy, Forever Friends, Philip Snow. Tanny Como beat 1 home. That was Bigly Huge. One 12.17 after the maiden. 112-17-12. Jenny's Beignet. At 17-1, the upset after the maiden. 112.17 and a 17-1 on top. Second is a photo. Seconds on the bob. Hold all tickets until official. Jenny's Beignet, Edgar Morales getting on the Saturday scoreboard here for George Leonard III. Jenny's Beignet at 17-1 odds. Result of the place photo, second went to the 5. Reiteration at 18-1. 1 Big City Heat at 4-1, lost place late. 6 Star Review at 7-1 was 4th. And Lucky's Joy for the Pentafecteds. Come 12-5. 1-6 and the 4 ran 5th. Sheesh. Returning to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle today is the 12. Jenny's Beignet with Edgar Morales. Jenny's Beignet is a 3-year-old gray roan gelding by Unbridled Express out of Jenny Vignette by Greatness. George Leonard III trains for Miles Childers, Edright Kennel Company, and Bernie Flint's LTB Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Jenny's Beignet out to the maiden ranks. It's official. 12-5 exacta paid $490.60. Pick 3, $241.60. The 50-cent trifecta, 12-5 and 1. There it is, $1,067.45. 112 double 62.60 was Star Review fourth after the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, 12-5-1-6 for $520.12. And Lucky Joy fifth. 10-cent Grand High 5, 12-5-1-6-4. The Pentafecta for $1,782 and change. 112.17 after the maiden, race 7. The third of our 8 premier races here on Indiana Derby Day. Again, if you're just arriving, great to have you with us. No live racing here tomorrow. No live racing on Monday. Tuesday post time at 2:30. Race 7, the snack is off the turf. It will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards fast. Scratch the 6. Or pardon me, scratch the 5. Good Forever. That was a late scratch. 5, Good Forever, has been scratched as King Ice is 1-5. Take out the 7, Jay's Naughty Boy. Scratch 13, Looking Good Lewis, and the 14, Dream Traveler. Once again, race 7, the snack on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch from the snack, the 5, 7, 13, and 14. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, another 10-cent Grand High 5. Double pick 3. And start of the 50-cent late pick 4. Fast track post time for the snack, where it's 2-5 on King Ice at the bottom of the hour. Line. And the Roth, Jenny's Beignet strides away. There goes Lucky's Joy, who's made a break now for Manny Esquivel. Lucky's Joy dashed to the lead from sharp starting Jenny's Beignet. With in between horses, Forever Friends. Nearest the inside is Big City Heat, who's right there now making a split for Rodney Prescott, and Philip Snow is part of the pursuit as they go toward the far turn. These are clear by some 6 lengths from Tanny Como being ridden with well over 3 furlongs to go. Bigly Huge is running second to last and beaten for speed at 18-1. Reiteration trails the maiden sprint. The quarter was 22.15 seconds. They have 3 furlongs to go. It's Big City Heat. Big City Heat is just in front here from a looming up Jenny's Beignet, who now leads the way with Star Review in between horses. Jenny's Beignet, Star Review, Big City Heat. Philip Snow is coming on the far outside. Forever Friends, and toward the inside is Lucky Joy, who led but has dropped back. Jenny's Beignet leads the way. Half mile in 45.58 seconds. Jenny's Beignet with 1 furlong to go. Up by 3 from Big City Heat, who still battles in between horses. Star Review as they come past the 16th. A late bid toward the rail by Reiteration. They're close to home with Edgar Morales. Jenny's Beignet. Jenny's Beignet bounds home by 2. Reiteration might have just gained second to line from Big City Heat. Then Star Review. Lucky
Well, hello, everybody. This is Rachel in the winner's circle. She hates me now. So you know what we're about to do. We're already gathered around the winner's circle. I will ask you, please, please be careful for the children. We don't want to hurt any of our children. I also want to welcome Josh and McKenna, two of our jockeys who are going to help us throw these shirts. So everybody, you ready? 1, 2, 3, throw.
Summer clearance sale going on now at Family Leisure. Huge discounts store-wide. Beat the price increase. All remaining pools are priced to move. Buy now and save. Save thousands on do-it-yourself pool specials. Patio furniture, wicker, sling cast, and more. We've got a huge in-stock selection right now, up to 50% off. If you've been thinking about getting a new patio set, now is the time. Melt away stress. Great deals on all in-stock spas. Deep discounts on remaining swing sets as well. Summer clearance sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Horses have made their way down here to the paddock for race number 7, the $100,000 snack handicap in here for horses bred in the state of Indiana. Scratch 5, 7, 13, and 14. This one originally carded to be on the turf, but with the monsoon this morning, we are on a fast main track, a mile and 70, going to be the distance in here. In fairness and wagering, it looks like King Ice strictly the horse to beat, at least on paper, as he beat many of these just June 21st. And I actually have a horse in here in Double Dog Justice who ran admirably against King Ice, but unfortunately was 5 lengths behind King Ice, your current favorite at 3-5. But the game's all about trying to create value and identify value, and Double Dog Justice might bring that value in this race as Ray Paquette owns and trains this 3-year-old son of Lantana Mob, who is 1 for 6 lifetime, but has run much better than it looks. Jumped up from maiden special weight to the allowance ranks and ran a good 3rd place finish, and then tried the $100,000 stakes race here on June 21st, losing to Runaway Rojo. King Ice and Bad Boy Geist also in those races, or in that race, but those two are taking plenty of action right now. The 4, 13-1, and the 6. King Ice is significantly overbet. I mean, he on paper looks like the one to beat, but 2-5, not presenting much value. I know those morning lines were created for turf, but 5-2, now 2-5. Has a running style of a horse who comes from way out of it. So that's unique in seeing a 2-5 shot that does come from way out of it. But Bad Boy Geist could be your pace setter in here. On your screen now, the good-looking son of Flat Out in here has been in a consistent sort, a horse you would love to own. 4 starts, has been in the trifecta all 4 times, and right now you're getting a great price, 12-1 on Bad Boy Geist, who tries 2 turns for the 2nd time. And I thought the first time stretching out, oftentimes horses can tire late. Not Bad Boy Geist. I mean, he just continued on. He made a nice move around the top of the lane. He was splitting horses, and I thought he stayed on admirably. He did lose to King Ice by 5 lengths that day, but 2nd time trying this distance can only yield some better results today. 12-1, a great value player in here in Bad Boy Geist. But right now, the bettors have settled in on King Ice, the class of the field, looking to push those earnings upwards of $200,000. We'll see if the son of Kentucky Derby champion Keen Ice can get the job done in here. 1-2 as George Leonard looks for back-to-back winners in here. He got the win in race number 6. He looks for another one in here in race number 7 as the field heading out to the track for the $100,000 snack handicap.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the 7th race, the Snack. Take it off the turf. This year's renewal will be run over the fast main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. State-bred 3-year-old stepping on. Scratch 5, Good Forever. 7, Jay's Naughty Boy. 13, Looking Good Lewis. And 14, Dream Traveler. Scratch 5, 7, 13, and number 14. Here's a look at the Snack. Handicap field led by 1 spot on Justice with Orlando Mahinka. Postword for Bob Dont, Rado Kelly, and Tony Granitz, who trains. 2, Double Dog Justice with Fernando de la Cruz in the pink silks for trainer and owner Ray Paquette III. Number 3, Backyard Justice with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. The son of Harry's Holiday postword for Rado Kelly and Tony Granitz. 4 is Bad Boy Geist with Santos Anjor. For trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated and Normando Jimenez. Scratch 5, here's 6, King Ice with James Graham. Going for a double, George Leonard III trains here for Hillerich Racing LLC and LTB Incorporated, Bernie Flint. 7 withdrawn, 8 is Anchorman, has the services here of Adam Beschitza, riding for Caratoy, breeder H. Allen Poindexter and Caratoy. Number 9 is Win Me Over, partnered again with Eddie Perez, teaming with Bob Gorham, owned by Marion Gorham. Number 10 is Painter's Canvas with Sammy Bermudez. Mike Lauer trains in the green-white diamond belt for Penny Lauer. 11 is Corona Grande with Edgar Morales, has a win on the card. Here for Bruce Murphy and Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. And 12 is Taillights. Joe Ramos on the scoreboard today. Another one here trained by Mike Lauer for Penny Lauer, also green-white diamond belt and a green cap for Taillights. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3, starts at the 50-cent late pick 4 on a fast track. Once again, this is off the turf. The snack on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. 15th running of the snack is named in honor of former Indiana-bred standout racehorse Snack, trained and campaigned by Penny and Mike Lauer, who here today have Painter's Canvas and Taillights in. Snack went on to race on the national scene in California before his retirement. The Snack, 1 minute away. Horseshoe Indianapolis starting gate being positioned at the 1 mile 70 yards main track start for the Snack. Main track here is fast. 1-2 King Ice, James Graham for George Leonard III, who has a win on the card. 9-2 Taillights, Joe Ramos for Mike Lauer, who also trains Painter's Canvas at those 53-1 odds. Fast track, the Snack due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile 70 yards main track start for the Snack. Air Horse 1, drone view. Good look that. Arriving at the gate, it's post time for the snack. At 1 mile, 70 yards going in, Orlando Mexico with Spot On Justice. Adam Beschitza, Anchorman is in. Now Eddie Perez with Win Me Over. Fernando de la Cruz, Double Dog Justice in the pink. Sammy Bermudez, Painter's Canvas going in like taillights, both for Mike Lauer. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Backyard Justice like Spot On Justice for Tony Granitz both. Edgar Morales with Corona Grande. King Ice is the 1-2 favorite. Here's the Sky View. Fast track at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the biggest day of the meet. Sando Sanjor, Bad Boy Geist drew 4. Given a 12-1 chance. 1-2 on King Ice. Now King Ice, James Graham for George Leonard III. 3-5 on King Ice going in. One more, Joe Ramos with taillights over the mile and 70 yards. Here's taillights. King Ice 3-5 favorite. It's the third of our 8 premier races on Indiana Derby Day. All set. And they're off. There's Double Dog Justice, Bad Boy Geist in the black cap, Spot On Justice with the rail. Taillights going for an early bid. Win Me Over starts an early move. Van Painter's Canvas also right there vying early as they charge into the first turn. It's Spot On Justice with the rail and Bad Boy Geist. They're pressing on as they go to the back of the track in the snack. It's Bad Boy Geist, who's taking the overall lead here for Santo Sanjor. Had to work to do it. Bad Boy Geist in front. Win Me Over comes to take on here Bad Boy Geist with on the outside taillights and Painter's Canvas and its leading quartet as they battle for it. Win Me Over and on the outside taillights now head to head. Painter's Canvas is close with Bad Boy Geist. Double Dog Justice in the pink and on the outside Anchorman after showing early speed. Spot On Justice now settles back off this battle a half mile from home. Corona Grande is 7 lengths off the leader. Win Me Over as they head to the far turn. James Graham and the favorite King Ice is running second to last, and Backyard Justice trails in 10th place. The quarter was 23.88. Half mile 47.33. They round the far turn with Eddie Perez. Win Me Over to reel in. It's Win Me Over in front. Taillights is right there for Joe Ramos as they come to the quarter pole. Taillights now putting this move on Win Me Over. Here comes a sweeping Corona Grande who's getting into top gear. Double Dog Justice is spying a gap. Anchorman, and on the far outside King Ice is now unwinding for James Graham, and here comes King Ice's charge. 3/4, 1 minute 12.35 seconds. It's King Ice. King Ice is up to take the lead with 1 furlong to go from Corona Grande. Double Dog Justice. Win Me Over is next. Taillights dropped away, then Anchorman running on. It's King Ice. King Ice reigns supreme in the snack by 3 from Corona Grande. Double Dog Justice was third. Win Me Over fourth, and Anchorman was next. .142.08 after the snack. 142.08. 6:11, 2:98 ran fifth. First number 6, King Ice. At 2-5 first. 11 Corona Grande. At 48-1 second. Number 2, Double Dog Justice, 20-1 odds third. And the 9 Win Me Over, 6-1 fourth. Anchorman for the grand high 5 after the snack. 142.08, King Ice, James Graham. Double on the big day for George Leonard III. Here for Hillerich Racing LLC, another on the day for Bernie Flint's LTB Incorporated, King Ice at 2-5. Returning to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle today is the 6, King Ice. And there's James Graham. King Ice is a 3-year-old dark bear brown colt by Keen Ice out of Express Run by Unbridled Express. Training double on the big day for George Leonard III. Here for Ron Hillerich. Hillerich Racing LLC and Bernie Flint's LTB Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of King Ice. Takes out the snack in 142.08. The snack on a fast track. Result official. Once again, cheers to Brown Forman for their sponsorship of Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing this season. Following our premier races, just reminding all winning owners and trainers, of our premier races, you're invited to the Corbell Suite for a champagne toast to your victory. It's King Ice after the snack. Results in. 6-11 exacta paid $62.50 trifecta, $86.25, 12-6 double paid $60.60. With Anchorman 5th, 10-cent pentafecta, 6-11 298, return $395.65. Pick 3, $29.65. And with Wimmy over 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 6-11 29, $61.13. King Ice takes out the snack in 142.08. James Graham, a winner of the 2022 Indiana Derby here. Trophy presentation coming up. Eric Cortado, Thoroughbred Breed Development Coordinator, Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, Director Racing Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season, Chris Kamak, making the trophy presentation. The winning connections of King Ice after the snack. Noting in the 8th race ahead, the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. It was Carter for the main track. Scratch the 8 Promise Keeper, scratch the 8 Medication Notes. 2 5-star General off lay 6, likewise the 10 Tartufo off lay 6 Medication. 2 and 10, both off lay 6 exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3, and with the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial starts the 50-cent late fire 5. It's hugely popular. There is, after all, the low 11.99% takeout for horse players. Start of a 50-cent late pick 5. There's no jackpots this season. Late pick 5 with the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial at 420.
The snack handicap goes to King Ice, Jimmy Graham, George Leonard, and Hilrich Racing. What an amazing effort from him. I was watching the race, George, and he always makes me nervous because I've had him picked the last couple times. He got caught a couple in the Hoosier Breeders' sophomore, but today he got it done. So tell us a little bit about this colt.
He's just immature. He's coming around. His better days are coming. He's just learning as we go along. Jimmy said the same thing. You know, he just needs a little time, slow to mature. As he's going to get better as he gets older.
All right, well, congratulations on a double because you just won the maiden special weight in the last race and then this one. Double on Derby Day for my friend George. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, Jimmy, you guys went over to Kentucky Downs and you rode this one on that turf course. Didn't like it very much, but you got a chance to change your luck today, huh?
Yeah, he's been doing okay. Had a little break after racing here last fall. He brought me down to fairgrounds. I'd been working him. I'm working him. He's such a heavy and immature horse. He doesn't help you much, you know. But he's starting to grow into himself a little bit, and hopefully he'll improve again.
Next year's probably going to be pretty interesting for him, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Kentucky Downs suited him. He just needs a little, I don't know, maybe a little bit more ground than what he ran over down there. And he was still very immature last year, so.
Get a little bit better with age. Hey, listen, it's not a Derby Day unless I interview you, so thanks for making my day, Jimmy.
Yeah, we've done this a lot, haven't we?
Yeah, me and you on Derby Day. My Derby Day date, Jimmy Graham. Tell us a little bit about this colt. I've interviewed you guys before. You talked about how happy you were with him last year, and it seems like he's getting better and better each year.
Absolutely. We're just totally blessed to have a horse like this. Big shout out to our partner and trainer, Bernie Flint. Wish the world he could have been here. We'll give Jimmy Graham a little bath on the way back home. But
Please do, because I already got a little dirt.
yeah, we think the sky's the limit for this horse. He's got a little king crown blaze on his, and that's how he got his name, King Ice, and I think he showed that today. We're just blessed to be a part of everything here.
I'm so glad when you guys come to Indiana. Thanks for being here.
We love it. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, the snack handicap goes to King Ice, and we've got a lot more Premier Racing coming up today. Good luck.
Day. All set. And they're off. There's Double Dog Justice, Bad Boy Geist in the black cap, Spot on Justice with the rail. Taillights going for an early bid. Whipping over starts an early move, and Painter's Canvas also right there vying early as they charge into the first turn. It's Spot on Justice with the rail and Bad Boy Geist. They're pressing on as they go to the back of the track in the snack. It's Bad Boy Geist, who's taking the overall lead here for Santo Sanjor. Had to work to do it. Bad Boy Geist in front. Win Me Over comes to take on here Bad Boy Geist with on the outside Taillights and Painter's Canvas in this leading quartet as they battle for it. Win Me Over and on the outside Taillights now head to head. Painter's Canvas is close with Bad Boy Geist. Double Dog Justice in the pink and on the outside Anchorman after showing early speed. Spot on Justice now settles back off this battle a half mile from home. Corona Grande is 7 lengths off the leader. Win Me Over as they head to the far turn. James Graham and the favorite King Ice is running second to last, and Backyard Justice trails in 10th place. The quarter was 23.88. Half mile 47.33. They round the far turn with Eddie Perez. Win Me Over to reel in. It's Win Me Over in front. Taillights is right there for Joe Ramos as they come to the quarter pole. Taillights now putting this move on Win Me Over. Here comes a sweeping Corona Grande, who's getting into top gear. Double Dog Justice is spying a gap. Anchorman, and on the far outside, King Ice is now unwinding for James Graham, and here comes King Ice's charge. 3/4, 1 minute 12.35 seconds. It's King Ice. King Ice is up to take the lead with 1 furlong to go from Corona Grande. Double Dog Justice. Win Me Over is next. Taillights dropped away, then Anchorman running on. It's King Ice. King Ice reigns supreme in the snack by 3 from Corona Grande. Double Dog Justice was third. Win Me Over fourth, and Anchorman was next.
Hi, this is Jockey Joe Ramos. I'm gonna do some t-shirt toss. So everybody please come here to the middle, stick together, bring the kids with you because I got some candies too for the kids. Be careful, have fun, nobody runs, be safe. Get together, everybody to the middle, let's go. Let's have some fun.
All right, guys, come on out for a t-shirt.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Summer clearance sale going on now at Family Leisure. Huge discounts store-wide. Beat the price increase. All remaining pools are priced to move. Buy now and save. Save thousands on do-it-yourself pool specials. Patio furniture, wicker, sling cast, and more. We've got a huge in-stock selection right now, up to 50% off. If you've been thinking about getting a new patio set, now is the time. Melt away stress. Great deals on all in-stock spas. Deep discounts on remaining swing sets as well. Summer clearance sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
We are now going to gather around the winner's circle for a round of a Name That Tune. We have 4 songs, and the first one to get the song correctly gets a t-shirt. Here's the first song.
You got a winner. All right, number 2. What was it? Adam's Family. Who'd you Adam's All right, one for the kids. There it is. Nice. That's the bathroom song. All right. One for the adults.
my favorite time of day. It's time for the All Stakes Pick 5. 11.99% takeout, one of the lowest takeouts in the nation. And we've got an All Stakes Pick 5. The next 5 races going to be the premier races of the entire meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A field of 9 set to contest the 1.70-mile distance for the 23rd running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial in here. And we have a very, very nice field joining us down here in the paddock to kick off that All Stakes Pick 5. We've currently got a heavy favorite in number 6 at this point in Creative Minister, but I'm going to try Trademark in here. 9-2 right now, currently your third choice. Looks good down here in the walking ring from what I can see. Trademark is De La Cruz aboard for Victoria Oliver in here. It's unique that De La Cruz got the mount because Rafael Bejarano is on track, on site. He'll ride later on in the card, and he usually gets aboard for Victoria Oliver in here. But 4 for 17 for Trademark, a horse who was able to handle both a wet surface and a fast main track like we have today, but probably prefers being on a fast surface. Of the 4 career victories, 3 of them have come on the main track. Ran in the grade 3 last time out, losing to Petulante, who just got away with a loose lead. Went off at 14-1. Very tactical in nature. This is a 4-year-old by Upstart who can handle going to the lead or sitting just off the pace. Now, we've seen some hot paces throughout today. Many horses having success coming from well out of it. We saw King Ice come from well off the pace along with Corningstone. So a little bit to be determined yet with these 5 stakes races coming up on if you truly want to be on the lead. We haven't seen many horses kick away on the front end like you typically may see over a usual day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've been playing very fair throughout, whether you can come from off the pace or show speed. Trademark tactical in nature, and you get the veteran rider and Fernando de la Cruz aboard right now, 9-2 on the board. And part of the reason you're getting a great price on Trademark is because Creative Minister is taking a ton of action, 3-2 on the board for Kenny McPeak, who already has visited the winner's circle once. Rachel's already given him an interview. Must be preparing for another interview with Kenny McPeak in here. And Creative Minister is 2 for 12, has faced some of the toughest horses in all the country, has run against War Campaign, Time for Trouble, Smile Happy, certainly a horse who loves to win, goes 9 furlongs routinely in here, 1.70 cutting back just a little bit in here for Creative Minister. Brian Hernandez, another one who could be sitting on a big day. You heard JJ say he believed that Brian Hernandez was sitting on a big day. We'll see if it comes to fruition with your current favorite at 7-5. Does have a little bit of second-itis recently. 3 out of the last 4 starts have come in second. Was the beaten favorite last time out behind War Campaign, where they had a troubled trip. They were 5 wide, ran on well late, just couldn't get to the winner in War Campaign, who did win by a length that day. Very tactical in nature, can sit just off the pace. I believe Creative Minister going to be right off those front runners and try and get a clear running space. Right now, 3-2, as the bettors seemingly love the good-looking gray. But the one to catch to cash is in post position number 2, 5-Star General. This looks like the lone speed on paper. The horse loves to go to the front end. Grant Forrester has been picking his spots very nicely. 9 for 28, a little bit of a win machine in here for 5-Star General. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. gets aboard the 7-year-old for the first time, who's still going strong. $71,000 in earnings so far this year with only 2 starts, both of them a win and a second-place finish. They've hit the board, and the lone defeat came against the quality of Zozos, who's a very nice one down at the fairgrounds. We'll see if 5-Star General can get away with a loose lead in here, but it looks like this is the only one who really wants to go to the front end. You're getting 9-1, a great value player with a horse who could be on the lead, turning for home, as a very, very nice field is assembled for the 23rd running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial, which kicks off that all-stakes pick 5 in here. The late fire 5, we call it, each and every day. 11.99% takeout. You certainly don't want to miss out on this pick 5. Our first pick 5 was pretty chalk-laden and still returned over $450 for that 50-cent play. If you're new to the races, you got to get the next 5 races right. You can use as many horses as you want in that pick 5 sequence, and it's only 11.99% takeout, one of the lowest takeouts in the entire nation. And we're fortunate enough to have 5 stakes races kicking it off. You see my ticket on your screen now. I'm going to try and get through these first couple of races in here, not going all that deep. I think those turf races look wide open. If you're going to spread out anywhere on a good turf course where it's unknown how it's going to play, we took races 5 and 7 off the turf, so it's a little bit question mark in here on how those turf Verify in the finale in the Indiana Derby. I think Verify, the big scratch out of the Larry Valley runner, I think Verify goes to the front end and never looks back, as class could prevail. As the riders getting the leg up, they'll be on the track shortly for the 23rd running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Best of luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the 8th of our dozen here on Indiana Derby Day 2023. Again, great to have you with us for late arrivals. Main track is fast. Still to come, the running of the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Course rated good. There's no portable rail up. 10th race, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap on the turf as well. Course rated good. Stepping on here for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial with a 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 8, Promise Keeper. Scratch the 8. Here they are on parade. The one is Keystone Field. Gerardo Corrales rides for Mike Maker, trains for 3 Diamonds Farm in the turquoise yellow diamond belt. 2 5-star General. Medication note, off Lasix. 5-star General. Ridden here by Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Grant Forster. Trains for Altea Stable. 3 is Mask Parade with Adam Beschitza. Blue Silks with the white fleur-de-lis, Alstall Jr. Conditions, the son of Upstart for FTGGG Racing. Here's the 4, Pat's Property with Josh Morales. Postword for trainer, John Harron Thoroughbreds LLC, and Michael J. Ryan's Clabber Moore Stable LLC. Trademark from Post 5 with Fernando de la Cruz. Riding here for Victoria Oliver and BBN Racing LLC. 6 is Creative Minister under the hands of Brian Hernandez Jr. Back on board for Kenny McPeak. Trains for Fern Circle Stables and Back Racing LLC. Number 7 is Britain's Kitten with Manny Esquivel. Conditioned by Brian Williamson. He's a 4-time winner. Postword for Mike DeBella's Bellamia Stables LLC. Scratch the 8. Here's the 9, the Chilean-bred son of Practical Joke, El Oriente, with Edgar Morales, riding for Brendan Walsh and Stud Vandeval Incorporated. And the 10 is Tartufo, with Gabriel Saez. This off Lasix, Tartufo, trained by Carlo Vaccarezza for J&J Stables LLC and Nick Vaccarezza. Scratch 8 Promise Keeper, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta on the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Double, pick 3, and start to the 50-cent Late Fire 5. No jackpots here this season. Pick 5, low 11.99% takeout. Main track fast, and again the turf course for the Jonathan Schuster Memorial and the Indianapolis General Assembly Distaff. Course rated good. There's no portable rail up. We honor a special Hoosier today with the 23rd running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. A race that has been held on Indiana Derby Day since inception in 2000. Michael was the first chairman of the Indiana Horse Racing Commission in the 1990s and led the initial foundation of the impressive Indiana Racing and Breeding Program that is celebrated today. He is also a 2-time recipient of Indiana's highest distinction, the Sagamore on the Wabash, presented by the governor, and he is a member of the Indiana Horse Racing Association Hall of Fame. We welcome members of Michael's family today for the trophy presentation. The running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial, due off at 4:20. That's 1 minute away. Air Horse 1 drone view from the skies above Horseshoe Indianapolis. Making their way down toward the 1 mile 70-yard start, fast track here. The horses are approaching the starting gate for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Five-star General getting lathered up, going down to the start, arriving at the gate. It's post time for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. At 1 mile 70 yards. They're going in. Gerardo Corrales with Keystone Field, turquoise yellow diamond belt. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Trademark joins Keystone Field. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Here's Five-Star General. 6-5 favorite, Creative Minister. Brian Hernandez Jr. won the Ellen's Lucky Star for Kenny McPeak on Corningstone. Creative Minister in. Anna Beschitza with Mask Parade. Manny Esquivel, Britain's Kitten drew 7. Josh Morales with Pat's Property. Edgar Morales, here's El Oriente, the Chilean bred. 6-5, Creative Minister. So stand by one more. Gabriel Saez with Tortufo. They're in the gate. They're off in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Five-Star General, Pat's Property. Right there is Trademark with an early bid, and El Oriente strides up as they line up for the first turn. Five-Star General just leads the early charge. 7 furlongs to go. It's Five-Star General, tracked by Pat's Property and the Purple Silks. Trademark has gained third. Then toward the inside is Keystone Field, saving ground in fourth by a half length. Then on the outside is El Oriente in fifth as they make their way to the back of the track. Then comes Tartufo with Mask Parade the rail. We trail back then two toward the inside, Britain's Kitten, and the favorite with Brian Hernandez Jr., Creative Minister, racing a joint last. 24.39 for the lead part, making this run toward the half-mile pole. And Five-Star General has the 7-year-old speed to lead here for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in front of Pat's Property and Trademark. Third on the outside. Keystone Field is running in fourth as they head toward the far turn. El Oriente is being asked to pick up now at the 3.5. Mask Parade and Tartufo. And then comes Creative Minister, who's now relegated Britain's Kitten to last. Half mile 47.79. They still have the 9-time winner to track down. Five-Star General is Trademark now. Makes this bid for Fernando de la Cruz. Here's the quarter pole. Five-Star General being opposed by Trademark. These 5 clear from Mask Parade with toward the inside Keystone Field. Let's see on the far outside looking to gain ground is Creative Minister, who's rallied past. Dropping back there was El Oriente. Tartufo is some 9 lengths off the new leader Trademark, who's taken the top. It's Trademark, and Five-Star General tries to respond to Trademark. Close to home with Fernando de la Cruz. Trademark's edging away. Trademark to win the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial by a length and a half to Five-Star General. Mask Parade was third, Keystone Field, Tartufo, and next was Creative Minister, followed home then by Britain's Kitten with Pratt's Property and El Oriente. 5-2-3-1. The 10 ran fifth. Favorite unplaced after the running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. First, number 5, Trademark at 9-2. 2, 5-Star General, 13-1 second in a game effort. Just could not contain Trademark in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial late. 140.25, 140.25. Third, number 3, Mask Parade at 5-1 odds. 1, Keystone Field, 9-2 fourth, and Tartufo Edge Creative Minister for the minor and into the Pentafecta. It's 5-2-3-1, 10 ran fifth. After the Michael G. Schaefer. Hold all bets until official. One of the leading jockeys here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season is Fernando de la Cruz, vying for the riding title. Here for Victoria Oliver and BBN Racing LLC, the son of Upstart. Trademark, now a 5-time winner. Now returning to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle here today is the 5, Trademark, with Fernando de la Cruz. Trademark is a 4-year-old been gelding by Upstart. At a creative trick by Creative Cause, bred in Kentucky by Brereton C. Jones. Victoria Oliver trains for BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Jones Lynch et al. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. There he is, Trademark. Takes out the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial on a fast track in 140.25. Winner's presentation coming up from the family of Michael G. Schaefer. Results in, it's official, 5-2 exacta, $130.40. The 10-cent Pentafecta paid $2,228.16. Tartufo ran fifth. Pick 3, $129.65. The 50-cent Trifecta, 5-2-3, $179.10. 6-5 double 2080 10-cent superfecta for $136 and change. Keystone Field ran fourth. Presentation for the 23rd running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial here at Horseshoe Indianapolis being made by the sons of Michael G. Schaefer, Kevin and Patrick Schaefer, daughters Rebecca and Susan, and other family members, along with Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom and Assistant Racing Secretary here Chris Kamak. The presentation after the running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. In the 9th race, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. It's over to the turf course we go. Turf course is rated good. There's no portable rail up after the early morning storms in and around Indiana. Under partly cloudy skies here on the cloudy side. Scratch 4, Kid and Mischief, but we're on the turf. Number 5, Gallant Guy, will be ridden by Gabriel Saez. Gabriel Saez on the 5, Gallant Guy. The 4 is withdrawn. Kid and Mischief won't run in the Jonathan M. B. Schuster Memorial. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High 5. There's the Pentafecta wager on our first turf race of the day. Double, pick 3. The Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial starts off. The 50-cent Premium race pick 4 and another pick 3. Post time at 21 minutes at 4:53. There's no portable rail up. Course good for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. And the winning connections of Trademark. Coming up next for Winner's Circle interview with on Indiana Derby Day, our Racing Rachel.
I've got Brian Klatsky here, owner of Trademark Michael G. Schaefer Handicap. It was 1:70. He likes to go a little bit longer. He ran in the Kentucky Derby last year. Tell me how you like. I'm glad you guys came back. We're good to see you back here in Indiana.
Hey, it's great having us. Last year we were in the Indiana Derby. He almost wired the field that day. He was coming off a little bit of a layoff after the Derby, and this year we wanted to give him another chance, and he showed up today.
Yeah, he did. I heard you on the phone. I got to tell you, I was standing right here, and you were like, I knew it. I knew this was the spot, and I'm surprising him with this question. So tell me what you were thinking when you were coming. You seemed like you expected the performance.
Well, the older handicap division is pretty tough, and we've been shopping around different races. He ran really good up in New Jersey in his last start, and we felt coming back here was the right spot after what he did last year, so we were really happy today.
Well, we're really glad you came, and good luck with him in the future.
Thank you.
All right, Michael G. Schaefer Handicap goes to Trademark, who really put an excellent performance, an $11 winner. We've got some great racing coming up. Stick around.
They're off in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. 5-star General, Pat's Property. Right there is Trademark with an early bid, and El Oriente strides up as they line up for the first turn. 5-star General just leads the early charge. 7 furlongs to go. It's 5-star General, tracked by Pat's Property in the purple silks. Trademark has gained third. Then toward the inside is Keystone Field, saving ground in fourth by a half length. Then on the outside is El Oriente in fifth as they make their way to the back of the track. Then comes Tartufo with Mask Parade the rail. We trail back then two toward the inside, Britain's Kitten, and the favorite with Brian Hernandez Jr., Create a Minister, racing a joint last. 24.39 for the lead part, making this run toward the half-mile pole. And 5-star General has the 7-year-old speed to lead here for Marcelino Pedroso Jr. in front of Pat's Property and Trademark, third on the outside. Keystone Field is running in fourth as they head toward the far turn. El Oriente is being asked to pick up now at the 3.5. Mask Parade and Tartufo. And then comes Creative Minister, who's now relegated Britain's Kitten to last. Half mile 47.79. They still have the 9-time winner to track down. 5-star General as Trademark now makes this bid for Fernando de la Cruz. Here's the quarter pole. 5-star General being opposed by Trademark. These 5 clear from Mask Parade with toward the inside Keystone Field. Let's see on the far outside looking to gain ground is Creative Minister, who's rallied past. Dropping back there was El Oriente. Tartufo is some 9 lengths off the new leader, Trademark, who's taken the top. It's Trademark, and 5-star General tries to respond to Trademark. Close to home with Fernando de la Cruz. Trademark's edging away. Trademark to win the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial by a length and a half to 5-star General. Mask Parade was third. Keystone Field, Tartufo, and
We are 11 minutes to race 9 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and what an amazing performance from Trademark in the last race, an $11 winner. Look at that. This is the 14th running of the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial, and it is a listed stakes, $100,000 added. Both of John's daughters are here, Allie and Rachel. And they honestly have been here every year. Their father was my boss for a very long time, so it's always great to see them coming here for the race and us naming one for our this was our old general manager and vice president, John Schuster. The 4 is out. Gabe Saez is on the 5. I don't think it would be an Indiana Derby day if Gabe didn't get one today, so nice pickup for him. But the 8 right now is the favorite. I'm going to go with the 2 on top, though, Strong Tide. Strong Tide has our leading jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Marcelino Pedroza, aboard for very powerful breeders, owners, and trainers here in the state, Mike and Penny Lauer. Now, Strong Tide has won some very exceptional races. He's been in open company. He's been in open allowances. He likes a little bit of an off track. We have been upgraded to fast, but nonetheless, a little bit of moisture never did anybody wrong here, especially for this 6-year-old horse by English Channel. He's 3 of 4 at the distance today of 1 mile and a 16th, and he is also 4 of 6 on the Indiana turf. Now, due to the rain that we had earlier, we did scratch the first couple of the grass races off, so this is some of the first turf racing that we're going to see today. We had quite a few. We just got a couple left here today in the night. The Jonathan Schuster is one of which. So we definitely want to see how it plays out. It's going to be interesting. This guy's been going in graded stakes company, and dropping down to listed is definitely going to be a little bit easier for him. He's at 5-1 last I checked, but the favorite, Verstappen gets Rafael Bejarano aboard for Brendan Walsh. Brendan, a high percentage trainer all over, but here in Indiana, from the limited horses he's brought, he knows where to spot him well. 25% win clip, 47% in the money. This is a horse that I think is going to go mid-pack. He's 2-1 right now. As I said, my top selection of the 2 is 5-1. He looks really good in the paddock here. He's a classy guy. He's a 4-year-old. We got some older horses in this group, all the way up to 7. And Rafael Bejarano knows what he's doing. He's another one that's been in graded stakes company as of late at Belmont, at Keeneland. Has put in a bullet work, though, since those couple of races. Last race he ran was May 13th. He put in a bullet work on July 4th. He put in another bullet work on June 14th. So he seems like he's doing well. He also competed against Strong Tide in that May 13th at the Man of War, which was on at Belmont. That was a salty race and kind of got inside. I think he likes more to be mid-pack. He's probably going to run kind of middle of this group and make a go at it coming into the stretch. He does have a nice late closing kick. So I'm going to put the 8 second. And then I'm going to round it out with the 9. The 9 is 5-1. McLaughlin, a little bit of a hunch there. But Alex Richard and Rudy Brissett this year have really been teaming up for some nice wins. They're high percentage. Rudy Brissett does a really great job of placing his horses here as well. Now, this one's coming off of a pretty long layoff, about 10 months off. But that last start last year in September at Kentucky Downs was a win. Now, this horse likes to go long. If you look back to some of the mile and a 16th races, now that was early in his career, he didn't really do well. When they switched him, Rudy's been claiming this one back and not claiming, but switching back and forth between a few. But when Rudy put this one at 1 mile and a 3/16, 1.5 miles, 1 mile and 3/8, he really opened up. And honestly, since he's gone the long distance, he has not been worse than 3rd in any of those longer races. Now, that being said, today we're going 1 mile and a 16th. Is that a concern? Yes, maybe a little bit, but the consistency factor is something that I'm weighing in here. And honestly, I think with those being earlier in his career, he kind of has figured out what he's doing now. And I think he's still going to make a good show of it and at least get in the money. And the 9 right now is 5-1. But your favorite currently still the 8 at 2-1. My top selection, however, the 2, Strong Tide. I got to go with the Indiana bred here in the John Schuster, who is my top selection, Strong Tide for Mike and Penny Lauer. We have the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial coming up next, so stick around. Good luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for one of our premier races on the day, race 9, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. This on the turf over the mile and a 16th. There's no portable rail up. True rail position here. Course rated good at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A field of 10. Scratch 4, Kitten Mischief. Scratch the 4 from the race card. 5 Gallon Guy, the jockey Gabriel Saez on 5 Gallon Guy. Here's the field on parade for the 2023 Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. One is underdressed with Orlando Mexica. Running the son of Keen Ice for Ray Hernandez. Trains for Porchlight Racing LLC, Brandon Tucker, Roll Braz, Haas Stables, and Highlight Thoroughbreds. 2 Strong Tide with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. The Indiana bred, postword for Mike Lauer, and the green-white diamond belt and cap for owner Penny Lauer. Here's the 3, Me and Mr. C, with Gerardo Corrales, trained by Mike Maker for Paradise Farms Corp., Black and the Gold Dots, and David Staudacher. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is Gallon Guy, 4-time winner with Gabriel Saez. Trained by Reina Gonzalez for Cheryl Doyle. Reina Gonzalez trains and co-owns with Matthew Gutierrez and Gary Piper. 6 Kentucky Ghost with James Graham as a win on the day. Also, Victoria Oliver going for a training double for BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton, Jones Lynch, and others. Here's the 7 Masai Warrior. Fernando de la Cruz going for a double. Trainer George Leonard III has a couple of wins on the card. Trains here for Ronald J. Bruckmeyer. 8 is Verstappen with Rafael Bejarano. Trained by Brendan Walsh for Andrew Farm, for The People, and Windmill Manor Farm. Number 9, he's McLovin with Alex Achard, trained by Rudolph Brissett for Team Valor International. Following McLovin, he's In Love. The 10, the Brazilian bred with Joe Ramos riding for Polo Lobo. Won this last year with Ivar, here for Bon Chance Farm and Stud RDI LLC. And 11 is Gentle Soul with Brian Hernandez Jr. on the Saturday scoreboard, riding here for William Brett Calhoun. Trains for Martin Muller, Don Ladd, Richard Reed, Joe Boley, and Radas Clemenes, the ownership of the 5-time winner, Gentle Soul. The field for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial, course rated good, true rail position. Today we honor the memory of the first vice president and general manager of Horseshoe Indianapolis, John Schuster. John, a native of Central Indiana and a graduate of Warren Central High School. John attended the University of Arizona racetrack industry program before going into management at Penn National in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and then coming here to the formerly named Indiana Downs for the opening in 2002. In addition to this race, the paddock area, one of John's final projects before passing away in 2019, is named in Jonathan B. Schuster's honor. Horseshoe Indianapolis makes an annual donation of $2,500 in John's name to his beloved racetrack industry program at the U of A. Joining Eric Hallstrom today for the trophy presentation and check presentation are John's daughters, Abby and Rachel. We welcome them back here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. The Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial is due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Now crossing over to the turf course, going to the mile and a 16th start for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Course good. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Fernando de la Cruz with Maasai Warrior. Facing up to the gate, Maasai Warrior. Orlando Mexica underdressed in the navy silks. They're going in. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with the Indiana-bred son of English Channel, Strong Tide, drew 2. Verstappen, 9-5 favorite. Rafael Bejarano for Brendan Walsh. Verstappen, the favorites in. Gerardo Corrales with Me and Mr. C. Alex Ashard, McLovin. Joe Ramos in Love. Navy and Orange blocks. Gabriel Saez, Gallant Guy. James Graham has a win on the day. Kentucky Ghost loaded. Blue and white blocks, Kentucky Ghost, and one more. Brian Hernandez Jr. with Gentle Soul. Course here, good. They're in the gate. They're off. And the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Me and Mr. C. Underdressed has the running rail. Strong Tide is also prominent here in the early stages. Gallant Guy starts a move. On the outside, here comes Gentle Soul, and right there is McLovin in between horses. It's underdressed with Gallant Guy now vying for the lead as they head toward the first turn. Gentle Soul gets position in third. Red toward the inside, Strong Tide, green with the white diamond belt as they enter the first turn. Kentucky Ghost is in fifth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Me and Mr. C is a ground-saving 7th. McLovin is a wide 8th. Beside Warrior, held off of heels in the red silks in 9th. Then settled by Rafael Bejarano is Verstappen as they go to the back of the course, while In Love has drifted back to be 10th and last. 24.08 for the lead part. Course good, making this run toward the half-mile pole with Orlando Mexica. It's Underdressed, who dictates terms here to a half-mile from home from a tracking Gallant Guy. A break of a length and a half to Strong Tide running in third, McLovin in fourth. Me and Mr. C is saving ground in fifth. Verstappen, a steady gain. Verstappen has now moved up into sixth and is clear on the outside as they go to 3 furlongs home from home, and Verstappen is picking up. Following that on the far outside, In Love starts a bid. We trail back then to toward the inside, Maasai Warrior with Gentle Soul and Kentucky Ghost. Half mile was 49.53. Front runner Undressed. Clock 3/4 in 114.19 at the turn in. It's Underdressed. Underdressed looking to make every yard here for Orlando Mexica. Gallant Guy. Strong Tide chase the pace. Me and Mr. C. Verstappen is charging hard now with on the outside In Love. But they're deep in the final furlong. It's Underdressed. Chased all the way down toward the line by Me and Mr. C. Verstappen on the outside. Underdressed, and Me and Mr. C. Photo finish to the Jonathan B. Schuster. Verstappen was third. Strong Tide was fourth. Me and Mr. C dived at Underdressed. Great finish to the Jonathan Schuster Memorial. Photo finish 144.39. Photo. Hold all tickets. Very little in this win photo. We're standing by for the judge's verdict after the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. It's gone to me and Mr. C. At 9-1, 3, me and Mr. C got up on the line. Gerardo Corrales for Mike Maker. Me and Mr. C just pipped, underdressed at the post. 3-1, 6-1 runner-up 8. Verstappen, 2-1 third, 2 strong tide. 9-2, the Indiana bred in the frame, and number 11, Gentle Soul, was 5th after the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Great finish that. Me and Mr. C with Gerardo Corrales got up on the line. The result of the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial, official. Number 3, me and Mr. C by a nostril for Gerardo Corrales, another winner on the card. Returning to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner circle today is the 3, me and Mr. C with Gerardo Corrales. Has a couple of wins here on the big day. Takes this one out right on the wire. 3, me and Mr. C is a 6-year-old big gelding by Kozan out of the Diner former mare. Abiding, now a 9-time winner. Trained by Mike Maker for Paradise Farms Corp and David Staudacher. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of me and Mr. C. 144.39. First premier turf race of the day. Goes to me and Mr. C and nose to underdressed. 3-1 exacta. Good finish that. 150.40. 50-cent trifecta, $165. 5-3 double paid $133.60. Superfecta, $119.35. Strong tied 4th. The pick 3, $66.65. And the 10-cent pentafecta, Gentle Soul, ran 5th, $615.87. Memory of the first vice president and general manager of Horseshoe Indianapolis, John Schuster, being remembered today. Daughters Rachel Schuster and Abby Mangone making the presentation to the winning connections of me and Mr. C, along with Horseshoe Indianapolis vice president and general manager racing Eric Hallstrom. Joining Rachel and Dabby, the daughters of the late Jonathan B. Schuster, for the trophy presentation. We'll stay on the turf for the 10th race, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. Scratch the 1 Princess Theorem, the 4 Hardy Constitution. Ran earlier here on the card. Scratch the 1 and 4, 5 Hail 2 is on Lasix medication. That should be noted. Once again, we make an annual donation of $2,500 in the name of Jonathan B. Schuster to his beloved racetrack industry program at the University of Arizona. Once again, we welcome John's daughters, Rachel and Dabby, here, and Eric Hallstrom, part of that check presentation. $2,500 to the racetrack industry program at the U of A in memory of John. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent grand high five, double, and it's our final pick 3 of the day on Indiana Derby Day. Post time for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. That handicap at 528.
Well, I get to interview my old friend. John Lynn left me. They're not stabled here anymore, but man, I'm glad he's back. And he hates talking, but he's going to do it anyways because he loves me. Me and Mr. C wins. Gerardo Corrales up for Mike Moneymaker. That's 7 in the money. He's just a really consistent guy. So just tell us a little bit about him and how happy you were with the situation today.
Well, he was down in Miami, and he came up here and has trained well at Turfway. And so I was looking forward to running him here.
Well, it looked like he liked the track a lot, so we were a little nervous. I mean, we kept the big ones on the turf. Do you think it played like a little soft? Because we did get a lot of rain.
Yes, and that probably benefited him.
Well, congratulations on the win, John. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got another one coming up. That was the John Schuster, and we've got the big races coming up, so stick around as I run out of the rain because it's in my contract. I don't do rain.
They're off in the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Me and Mr. C, underdressed, has the running rail. Strong Tide is also prominent here in the early stages. Gallant Guy starts a move. On the outside, here comes Gentle Soul, and right there is McLovin in between horses. It's underdressed with Gallant Guy now vying for the lead as they head toward the first turn. Gentle Soul gets position in third. Red toward the inside, Strong Tide, green with the white diamond belt as they enter the first turn. Kentucky Ghost is in fifth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Me and Mr. C is a ground-saving 7th. McLovin is a wide 8th. Beside Warrior, held off of heels in the Red Silks in 9th. Then settled by Rafael Bejarano is Verstappen as they go to the back of the course, while In Love has drifted back to be 10th and last. 24.08 for the lead part. Course Good making this run toward the half-mile pole with Orlando Mejica. It's Underdressed, who dictates terms here to a half-mile from home from a tracking Gallant Guy. A brink of a length and a half to Strong Tide running in third, McLovin in fourth. Me and Mr. C is saving ground in fifth. Verstappen, a steady gain. Verstappen has now moved up into sixth and is clear on the outside as they go to 3 furlongs home from home, and Verstappen is picking up. Following that on the far outside, In Love starts a bid. We trail back then toward the inside, Maasai Warrior with Gentle Soul and Kentucky Ghost. Half mile was 49.53. Front runner Undressed. Clock 3/4 in 114.19 at the turn in. It's Underdressed. Underdressed looking to make every yard here for Orlando Mejica. Gallant Guy. Strong Tide chase the pace. Me and Mr. C. Verstappen is charging hard now with on the outside In Love. But they're deep in the final furlong. It's Underdressed. Chased all the way down toward the line by Me and Mr. C. Verstappen on the outside. Underdressed. And Me and Mr. C. Photo finish to the Jonathan B. Schuster. Verstappen was third. Strong
rain just does not want to go away as some more sprinkling showers join us here in Shelbyville as we prepare for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Try saying that name 10 times fast as the horses join us down here in the paddock. Just 9 minutes away, 2 scratches to go over. Take out number 1, Princess Theorem, along with number 4, Hardy Constitution, who ran poorly at 1-2 earlier today on the main track. Right now, an excellent betting opportunity. And here's we'll head out to the turf course, currently listed as good. So listed as good, the rail setting is at 0, and it's playing very fair. You can go to the lead, or you can come from off the pace on the turf course today, but there is some moisture in it. I'm going to try and get Brad Cox home a winner in here. He looks awfully live in the next 3 races. He's got Juncture in here down in the Silks of Juddmont Farm for a 4-year-old filly by Dark Angel. They also have a runner in the Indiana Oaks along with the Indiana Derby, but this is the good-looking gray daughter of Dark Angel, who is 4 for 11 lifetime, loves the synthetic and also loves the turf, a sort that can go on any ground that they put her on, and she runs her race. She actually ran here for the first time in the United States on April 21st, where she missed the break and just left herself way too much to do. We see it a lot with horses shipping in from Europe or overseas. Our gate setup is oftentimes a little bit more unique. Our stalls are a little bit tighter, a little bit closer and confined than their stalls, and you also get an assistant that starts with you. So it was really no surprise that her first start, she missed the break. But one thing that I noted, it was a field of 9, and she was well meant. Went off at 2-1 that day. A 6th place finish that was beaten by 2 lengths after leaving herself way too much to do in the lane. She shipped down to Texas in the Lone Star State and made quick work of that field. That 9-horse field really turned into a 1-horse field at the top of the lane, and it was a $200,000 ATM pickup for Juncture in that race because she made it look easy there. Went off at 6-5, and it looked like a 1-5 shot. If you backed her that day, you were counting your money at the top of the lane. She should get a great setup in here. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be aboard her for the first time as Brad Cox sends her out 7-2. A great value player in here. And speaking of value, how about Lovely Princess? 9-2 morning line, currently just about at that 9-2 morning line. 4-1 on the board for Kenny McPeak, who's having himself a day in here with Brian Hernandez. 3rd start off the layoff, cuts back in distance, tried 1.5 miles last time out at Churchill Downs. She hit the lead and then just kind of faded late, losing by a length to Miss Yearwood. This will be her first time trying Horseshoe Indianapolis, the 4-year-old filly by Twirling Candle. He shipped all around Louisville, Kentucky, Keeneland, Churchill. They've been all over with her, and she is a sort who has certainly paid her way over $250,000 in earnings, and she's consistent as well. 2 starts this year, a win and a 2nd place finish. Very tactical. She can go to the lead or sit well off of it. She'll get comfortable, relax wherever Brian Hernandez wants her. 3rd start in the form cycle could be the best one as well, 4-1 right now, but a lot of the money has come in on Henrietta Tofum. Well, my top 2 selections, this will be their first try here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The 8, an old familiar face here from last year where got Gage Holmes her first stakes winner over at Ellis Park. But 2 for 3, a horse for course, absolutely loves the local oval in here and has tactical speed. James Graham looking for another interview from the lovely Miss Rachel as we are just 5 minutes away from the horses going out for the $100,000 Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. G set to give you the horses on the track just a few minutes away.
Horses call post right now for the 10th race. It's the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap on the turf over the mile and 16th. Again, course rated good. There's no portable rail up. A field of 10, scratch 1 Princess Theorem and 4 Hardy Constitution. Ran earlier here on the Indiana Derby Day card. Scratch the 1 and 4 from the race card. 5 Hail 2 is on Lasix medication that should be marked in your program. Lasix for number 5, Hail 2. And 12 Hattie M is a pound over. The 12 Hattie M at a pound to the weight. Here's the field on parade for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, the ones withdrawn. 2, Justify My Love with Joe Ramos riding for Polo Lobo. Postword for Bon Chance Farm, LLC, and Stud RDI, LLC. 3, Juncture with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Brad Cox trains, the 4-time winner. Judmont Farms homebred Juncture. 1 and 4, the non-runners. Here's the 5, Hail 2 with Manny Esquivel riding for Jonathan Thomas, who trains now for Woods Lane Farm, LLC. Breeders and owners. 6, Present Moment. Gerardo Corrales with a couple of winners on the card. Looking for a hat trick of wins here on the Eider spread. Daughter of No Nay Never, trained by D. Whitworth Beckman for Grantley Acres. Number 7 is Lovely Princess. Brian Hernandez Jr. has a win on the card for Kenny McPeak. Here for Gentry Farms, breeders and owners. Lovely Princess, she's a 3-time winner. A 2-time course winner last season is the 8 Henrietta Tupham with James Graham. Trained by Jeff Mulcahy for breeder and owner Campus Kenneth Farm, LLC, Michael Burns. Number 9, French Cuffs, partnered again with Sando Sanjor. Trained by Ray Hernandez for Susie Shoemaker's Lantern Hill Farm, LLC. Breeders, owners of the Strong Mandate filly. 10 is Sweet Danny Girl with Gabriel Saez, riding for Carlos Vacareza. Owned by J&J Stables, LLC, John Williams and Nick Vacareza. Here's 11, Fuente Ovejuna with Rafael Bejarano. Trained by Brendan Walsh for Kip Delman's Far Fellow Farms Limited, Orange and Royal Blue Diamond Belt. And the 12 is Hattie M. Already a win on the card for Rodney Prescott, the all-time winningest jockey here and a 3-time champion. Hattie M is trained by Patrick Huffman for breeder and owner Willow Spring Farm, LLC, Kevin McDonough. The field for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. The Indiana General Assembly Distaff was named in honor of legislators who have worked diligently to provide a superb Indiana parimutuel horse racing program annually. The program has grown to national prominence, and we honor those men and women who provided the groundwork for Indiana's horse racing program. 1 minute to post time, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, double, and final pick 3 on Indiana Derby Day. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course, making their way toward the mile and a 16th start for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Course good. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap with Rodney Prescott. Hattie M was the first in. We're loading up. Joe Ramos with Justify My Love. Joins Hattie M. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Juncture coming up. 2-1 favorite over the mile and a 16th Juncture. Henrietta Tupham. James Graham took the snack with King Ice. Henrietta Tupham's in. Santos Sanjor with French Cuffs. Loading here over the mile and 16th. Of course, at Horseshoe Indianapolis, rated good. Manny Escobar with Hail 2. Gabriel Saez with Sweet Danny Girl. Present Moment. Gerardo Corrales with a botting double. Brian Hernandez Jr., Lovely Princess in, so stand by. One more, Rafael Bejarano with Fuente Ovejuna. Over the mile and 16th, Juncture, 2-1 favorite. All in. They're off in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Hail 2 strides away from the rail. There's Justify My Love. Here comes an early bid now by Sweet Danny Girl and French Cuffs over toward that running rail for Santos Sanjor. And on the outside is Hattie M, who's going for an early move. It's French Cuffs and Hattie M as they lead them to the first turn. Settled Sweet Danny Girl running in third. Fuente Ovejuna is in fourth. Present Moment in fifth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Lovely Princess in the white cap is sixth. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Juncture in seventh. As they go to the back of the course, Justify My Love is saving ground with the running rail. We travel back then to a settled Henrietta Tupham, goal with the white sleeves, and Hail 2 has drifted back to be 10th and last. The opening quarter, 23.42 seconds on this good turf, making the run to the half-mile pole. It's French Cuffs. So French Cuffs is a 72-1 front runner, leading Hattie M by 6 as they traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course as Sweet Danny Girl makes a bid. Hattie M has dropped back. Justify My Love, Fuente Ovejuna running in third. Juncture starts to gain between horses, and on the outside, Present Moment, the half mile for French Cuffs. 47.82 seconds, French Cuffs. Here comes Sweet Danny Girl. Right there on the outside is Present Moment as these fillies mares turn for home. Fuente Ovejuna. Junctures are behind horses running in fifth. Lovely Princess circles a wide sixth. Then comes Justify My Love. We travel back to Henrietta Tupham with Hail 2. Hattie M's the one who tailed off. 3/4 was 112.67. Sweet Danny Girl's a furlong away. Justify My Love attacks with the rail, and here's Lovely Princess, and she's charging hard now on the outside. Lovely Princess, Justify My Love, the rail for Joe Ramos. Justify My Love has beaten Lovely Princess by 3/4 of length. Henrietta Tupham was third. Present Moment was next in fourth. Then Juncture, Justify My Love, the Brazilian-bred mare in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. 2786 ran fourth, and Photo for fifth. That for the Grand High Five featured here, Pentafecta. 143.91. Number 2, Justify My Love at 12-1 first. The 7, Lovely Princess at 5-2 was second to Justify My Love. 8, Henrietta Tupham at 5-2 third. 6, Present Moment. 42-1 odds fourth. 2786. Stand by for the fifth after the Indiana General Assembly distaff. It's been some week here for Joe Ramos. A hat trick of wins on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday's card. Makes it a double here on the day and takes out one of our premier races. This for Polo Lobo, Brazilian bred mare. It's Justify My Love, strikes at 12-1. There's been a dead heat for fifth after the running of the Indiana General Assembly distaff. That for the Pentafecta. A dead heat for fifth place between 3, Juncture, and a dead heat for fifth with the 10, Sweet Danny Girl. The 3 and number 10, dead heat for fifth, setting up potentially a couple of winning Pentafecta pays after the Indiana General Assembly distaff. 2, 7, 8, the 6 ran fourth. 3, Juncture, dead heats for fifth, with number 10, Sweet Danny Girl. 3 and 10, dead heat for the Pentafecta. The result of the 10th race, the Indiana General Assembly distaff official. An 11th trip to the winner's circle here this week for Joe Ramos. Here taking out the Indiana General Assembly distaff with Justify My Love. Stepping into the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner's circle today, here's the 2, Justify My Love with Joe Ramos. 6-year-old Grey Roan mare, Justify My Love by Agnes Gold. Out of the Redatory mare, Zafira. Bred in Brazil by stud Rio Dios. Arameos Polo Lobo. Trains for Bon Chance Farm LLC and stud RDI LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Justify My Love. Paid 12-1, takes out the Indiana General Assembly distaff. Two 7 exacta, $97.40. The 50-cent trifecta, 278, $82.40. 3-2 double, $340.40. 50-cent late pick 4, $1,041.05. 10-cent superfecta, 2786, $164 and change. Pick 3, 532, $474.80. couple of winning pentafectas after the 3 and 10 dead heated for 5th. 391.82, 705.22, 78, 610. A couple of winning pentafecta pays. Trophy presentation for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff, along with Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom. The winner's presentation to the connections of Justify My Love. Race 11, the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, scratch 1, Cotton Candy Annie, scratch the 1. The 4, Flamand, 1 pound over. 7, Cloaker Mercy is off Lasix medication. Likewise, 8, Sandra D, off Lasix and 4 over. Scratch 1, Cotton Candy Annie. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta. We start our final double of the day. 12th race, the Indiana Derby there. Scratch 3, Active Fool, and 6, Stay in Your Lane. 12th race, Indiana Derby. Scratch the 3 and the 6. 9, Georgie W is off Lasix medication. Off Lasix, 9, Georgie W. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pentafecta. And we start the late double with the Indiana Oaks at 6:03 in the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital Winner's Circle. We'll go down to the winning connections of Justify My Love. There to the left and to the right of Racing Rachel.
The Indiana General Assembly Distaff handicap goes to Paulo Lobo, Joe Ramos, a couple of lucky guys. High percentage trainer, high percentage jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Paulo, you've had a lot of success here this meet. You really know where to spot your horses, and you put Justify My Love in a good spot today.
Yeah, she has been very good for us since she came from Argentina. She ran in January in Gulfstream Park, but she got sick after the race. I think that's the reason that she failed over there. We brought her back, gave good time. She ran very good at Churchill, and then I was very confident for today.
Yeah, you've taken your time with her, and last time out, she only missed by half a length for third at Churchill. That was in May, so she probably also liked that rest after the race. It seemed like she came in real fresh.
Yeah, I was pointing for this race for almost 2 months, and I think everything went well.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ramos. Ramos, 11 wins in 3 days. As if his head couldn't get any bigger. He's crushing it. And you 3 handicaps in 1 week. So this is one of the best racing weeks you've had in your career. Tell me how you feel.
First of all, I want to say thanks to the Lord for giving me the opportunity to be here, and I just feel extra blessed.
Well, you did a great job. Keep riding this well because you've got a lot of success. And get that lottery ticket, please.
I will tonight.
He's my good luck charm. The Indiana General Assembly Distaff goes to Justify My Love, Joe Ramos, Paulo Lobo. There's a lot more coming up and the big races, so stick around.
They're off in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Hail 2 strides away from the rail. There's Justify My Love. Here comes an early bid now by Sweet Danny Girl and French Cuffs over toward that running rail for Santos Sanjor. And on the outside is Hattie M, who's going for an early move. It's French Cuffs and Hattie M as they lead them to the first turn. Settled Sweet Danny Girl running in third. Fuente Ovejuna is in fourth. Present Moment in fifth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Lovely Princess in the white cap is sixth. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Juncture in seventh. As they go to the back of the course, Justify My Love is saving ground with the running rail. We try back then to a settled Henrietta Tupham, goal with the white sleeves, and Hail 2 has drifted back to be 10th and last. The opening quarter, 23.42 seconds on this good turf, making the run to the half-mile pole. It's French Cuffs. So French Cuffs is a 72-1 front runner, leading Hattie M by 6 as they traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course as Sweet Danny Girl makes a bid. Hattie M has dropped back. Justify My Love, Fuente Ovejuna running in third. Juncture starts to gain between horses, and on the outside, Present Moment, the half mile for French Cuffs. 47.82 seconds. French cuffs. Here comes Sweet Danny Girl. Right there on the outside is Present Moment as these fillies mares turn for home. Fuente Ovejuna. Junctures are behind horses running in 5th. Lovely Princess circles a wide 6th. Then comes Justify My Love. We trail back to Henrietta Tupham with Hail 2. Hattie M's the one who tailed off. 3/4 was 112.67. Sweet Danny Girl's a furlong away. Justify My Love attacks with the rail, and here's Lovely Princess, and she's charging hard now on the outside. Lovely Princess, Justify My Love, the rail for Joe Ramos. Justify My Love has beaten Lovely Princess by 3/4 of length. Henrietta Tupham was 3rd. President Moment was next in 4th. Then
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a little bit of hour, so we had to move our hat contest back a race. I would like everyone who has a hat to come line up right over here at this fence. You'll be my beacon. Come on over here, line up at either side of the fence in the winner's circle, because as soon as our fearless leader, Trent McIntosh, gets done talking, then we are going to bring in the hat contest and get it judged. JJ's here. He's got my back every year for the hat contest. We've got new rules that JJ has instilled, and we're going to get that done as soon as possible. So if you would like to be in the hat contest, please come down to the winner's circle and line up on either side at the fence. We're going to get you in quickly and get the hat contest over with. And now for a very special presentation, we have our Vice President and General Manager here with us, Trent McIntosh, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, first off, I want to say thank you to the crowd here on the apron. around the paddock and the clubhouse and the grandstand that's been here today to support the Indiana Derby card. I think what a fantastic day it is here at the property. I also want to take a moment to introduce the team, the racing team from Horseshoe Indianapolis that puts our racing season together and puts together these fantastic race cards for you all to come out and enjoy. And a few others. You think about what it takes to put together a racing season and race cards like this. You've got the Indiana Horse Racing Commission, who is absolutely a partner and assist in putting things together, our seasons together with us. You've got the Indiana HBPA, ITOBA, the Indiana Quarter Horse Racing Association, many groups that all work together. And when you think about the success of Indiana horse racing over the last few years and the growth of Indiana horse racing over the last few years, this team of people and all of those groups that I mentioned, when you get all of those groups all pulling the rope in the same direction to grow your business and to grow horse racing and to ensure that we have a better product tomorrow than we have today, that's when the magic happens, and I think that's what you're seeing today. So a shout out to all of those groups as well as the team here on property. A fantastic card as we walk into the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby here in a few minutes. But I also want to take just a second to recognize a very special team member and award winner from here on our property. Caesars Entertainment consists of about 60,000 team members across the United States. Caesars has an award called the Trailblazer in Leadership Award. Horseshoe Indianapolis is fortunate enough to have the winner of this year's Trailblazer in Leadership Award in Mr. Eric Hallstrom. Absolutely. All right. Oh my God. I think we're going to have to, Eric's being a little bit shy and he's surprised, but he's going to have to say a few words for us.
I'm not sure what to say right now. Very much appreciate it. But the team won this award, I can tell you that. Thanks.
Take it away from him before he starts crying, which I know he will hate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Eric got the Trailblazer Award. Trent, thanks so much for giving this to him. It's always fun to surprise him. What a wonderful leader and the best boss we've ever had, hands down. Sorry, Trent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hat contest is coming up next, so I want everybody to file in, okay? We'll be right back.
Horses down here in the paddock as we are 8 minutes away from the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks and a very talented group of 3-year-old fillies set to run for $200,000. A mile and a 16th going to be the person here. And we do scratch number 1, Cotton Candy Annie, out of this race. Leaves us with a competitive field of 7 set to go to the gate. I like number 2. It's 3 to 5 on the board right now. A lot of money has come in off that 2 to 1 morning line. Rafael Bejarano going to be aboard for Randy Morris. It's taxed, who's 2 for 8, but this is what the claiming game is all about. Claimed earlier last year in November for $50,000. Since that $50,000 claim, they have amassed $332,000 in earnings with a first and 2 second place finish. Tax is very tactical, can go to the lead or sit off the pace. She's won both on the front end or just off the leaders. Last time out, really dominating a well-meant Hoosier filly who went off heavily favored in the Black-Eyed Susan, and Tax ran right by her like she was tied to a post, and the money has come in as well. 3 to 5 on the good-looking 3-year-old filly by Collected is Taxed. But another one who's been kind of a steam horse in here is Merlaza. Marcelina Pedroza for Brad Cox in here, a 3-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro. You would think that running long distances with Medaglia d'Oro at the top of the breeding chart would certainly yield results. 3 for 5 with $200,000 in earnings. Merlaza tried the Black-Eyed Susan as well. That was won by Tax. Went off at 6 to 1 that day, where Tax was almost double the price. Right now, if you liked Merlaza that day, I would stick with it, because 5 to 1 versus 3 to 5 on Tax, and it was just reversed on May 19th. So Merlaza didn't get the best of trips that day. Kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start. A horse who likes to be a little bit closer than they were that day. But you look, when the money comes in, Merlaza runs big. So follow that tote board. Currently 5 to 1. When she's gone off favored, she has won all 3 starts. She is a chalk player's dream because she does pay the people when the money comes in. Merlaza going to be ridden by Marcelino Pedroza, one of our perennial top riders in here. 5 to 1, a great price on the Brad Cox trainee. Your second choice is Defining Purpose. This was your morning line favorite. Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez already have numerous stakes victories today on the card. 3 for 8 lifetime, over $500,000 in earnings. But she's going to have to bounce back. Ran a tough luck 7th place finish in the Kentucky Oaks. Didn't get a great draw that day. Broke from post position number 11 in a 14-horse field. Kind of hesitated at the start. Was taking some action, though. Went off at 10 to 1 in a 14-horse field in the Kentucky Oaks. That is a ton of play, because she was impressive on opening day at Keeneland when she won the Grade 1 Ashland Stakes. Brian Hernandez is going to be calling the shots in here for Kenny McPeak. They already have a winner on the card. Your clear second choice, but right now the people are settled on Taxed. We'll see if Rafael Bejarano can get the 3-year-old filly who was once a $50,000 claim up over $500,000 in earnings this year since the claim. That's what the claiming game is all about. They found themselves a good one. Will she be an Indiana Oaks winner? We'll find out just 4 minutes from now.
There was a late paddock shoe repair on the 5 Defining Purpose, a late paddock shoe repair on Defining Purpose. Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track now for race 11 of a dozen carded on this Indiana Derby Day 2023. This Grade 3, the Indiana Oaks, stepping onto the track, carded at the mile and a 16th fast track here. Scratch the 1, Cotton Candy Annie. The 4, Flamand, 1 pound over. 8, Sandra D, plus 4 pounds. 7, Cloaker Mercy, and 8, Sandra D, both racing off Lasix medication. The 7 and 8, Cloaker Mercy and Sandra D, off Lasix, those fillies. Here's the field as they parade for the 20th running of the Indiana Oaks. The 2 is taxed with Rafael Bejarano. Randy Morse trains for Richard Body taxed. The winner of the Black Eyed Susan. 4 to 5 now on taxed. Here's 3, Merlaza with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Conditioned by Brad Cox for breeder and owner Don Alberto Stable. Number 4 is Flamand with Edgar Morales riding for Elias Lopez trains for Dean Karras, white and blue stripes. Number 5, Defining Purpose, was a late paddock shoe repair. Brian Hernandez Jr. has a win on the card for Kenny McPeak. Trains here for Katsumi Yoshida, the owner of Defining Purpose. Number 6, the Temperature filly. There she is, Lily Poo. James Graham riding for Michael McCarthy and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. 7 is Cloaker Mercy. Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card here. Riding this for Johnny Ortiz and breeder owner Randall Family Trust. And another filly here off lane 6 is the 8, Sandra D. Partnered again with David Cohen. Steve Margolis trains for Elements Racing LLC, George Messina, and Michael Lee, the field for the 2023 Indiana Oaks. The Indiana Oaks began the first year pari-mutuel racing in the state of Indiana at Hoosier Park in 1995. The race was graded to complement the Indiana Derby, and was the first race to gain graded stakes status in the late 1990s. Today it's a Grade 3. It has played host to numerous champions over the years and the top connections in the sport of thoroughbred racing. The Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, to the winner goes the spoils. And the Indiana Oaks 2023 next. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16th start for the Indiana Oaks. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Indiana Oaks. Rafael Bejarano with Taxed coming up. Brian Hernandez Jr., Defining Purpose. The favorites are in. 4-5 Taxed and 2-1 Defining Purpose. Lily Poo at 6-1. Fast track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, loading up here over the mile and a 16th. First of our graded stakes on the big day of the meet. Taxed standing well. Defining Purpose, Brian Hernandez Jr. has a win on the card for Ken McPeak earlier on with Corningstone. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Merlaza going in. Lily Poo, James Graham has a win on the day. Edgar Morales with Flamand. Fernando de la Cruz with Cloak of Mercy. Taxed 4-5 favorite, 2-1 Defining Purpose, and 9-2 Merlaza. Lily Poo at 6-1, and David Cohen with Sandra D. They're in the gate. And they're off. Merlaza came charging out with Flamand. Right there is Defining Purpose, and Taxed is dropping back toward last. As they head toward the first turn, it's Flamand with Defining Purpose, and there's Sandra D now going for an early attack with David Cohen, and it's Sandra D who's taken the top with 7 furlongs to run from the gray Flamand. Brian Hernandez Jr. and Defining Purpose right there close up as they go to the back of the track with Cloak of Mercy now just gaining 4th from Merlaza, who's taken back and settles with the rail in the orange cap. And then we trail back 2 on the outside, Lily Poo, and with Rafael Bejarano, the black-eyed Susan winner. Taxed has dropped back to last. The opening quarter covered in 24.12 seconds. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, it's Sandra D. So Sandra D has put the pace on her shoulders at 54-1. Sandra D takes them to a half mile from home here in the Indiana Oaks. Defining Purpose stays laser focused on the long odds leader. Flamand is right there toward the inside. Cloak of Mercy in 4th. Then comes Merlaza in 5th. Lily Poo and Taxed the trailer still. Front runner Sandra D. Half mile in 49.06 seconds. They round the far turn. It's Sandra D to reel in. Defining Purpose as Cloak of Mercy starts to make 3-path progress. And here comes Lily Poo. Lily Poo with a 4-path push. Merlaza and Taxed is now getting into top gear. Taxed is fan wide for Rafael Bejarano, but she's picking up steam, Taxed, as they straighten away. 3/4 went in a flat 1:14. Defining Purpose with the rail. 1 furlong to go. Taxed is charging. Merlaza battles. Lily Poo in tight quarters between fillies. These are well clear. They come past the 16th for Brian Hernandez Jr. Defining Purpose holds Taxed. Defining Purpose takes the Indiana Oaks from Taxed. And then Lily Poo with Merlaza, Flamand, Cloak of Mercy, and Sandra D. led early, but was last home in 1:43.83. 5-2 after the Indiana Oaks in 143.83. 6 Lilliput was third after a photo over 3 Merlaza, 5-2, 6-3-5. Defining Purpose at 2-1 first. 2 Taxed, 4-5 favorite was second to Defining Purpose. 6 Lilliput third, 3 Merlaza fourth, and Flamand was fifth after the Indiana Oaks. 143.83, couple wins on the card for Brian Hernandez Jr. when teaming with Kenny McPeak. Here for owner Katsumi Yoshida. Coming out to the Kentucky Oaks, Defining Purpose strikes in the Indiana Oaks at 2-1. The result of the Indiana Oaks official. Returning to the Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital winner circle today is the 5 Defining Purpose with Brian Hernandez Jr. Defining Purpose is a 3-year-old gray roan filly by Cross Traffic out of Defining Hope by Strong Hope. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Colette Marie Van Matry. Kenny McPeak has a couple of premier stakes wins on the card, including this Grade 3 Indiana Oaks and the colors of owner Katsumi Yoshida. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the Connections. Defining Purpose, the Indiana Oaks champion. Results in. Indiana Derby next at 640. 5-2 Exacta, $12.20. Pentafecta, $8.15. Flamand ran fifth. The 50-cent trifecta, 5-2-6, $8.40. 2-5 double, $144.40. Merlaza fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 5-2-6-3 for $3 and change. And the pick 3 with the 2 with the 5. Pick 3, $235.70. In the 2023 Indiana Oaks, the one was a non-runner. Favorite, second. 7 ran, 143.83 seconds. Winning blankets in the winner's circle here with all the past champions of the Indiana Oaks. Trophy presentation being made by Horseshoe Indianapolis. Director of Racing Chris Polson. The winning Connections of Defining Purpose taking out the Indiana Oaks. Noting in the 12th race, the Indiana Derby, scratch 3 Active Fool and 6 Stay in Your Lane. Scratch 3 in the 6. 9 Georgie W is off Lasix medication. Georgie W, the 9, is off Lasix. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta to close us out. Post time for the big one of the day. Indiana Derby in 24 minutes at 6:40 post time.
The Indiana Oaks goes to Defining Purpose. Brian Hernandez and Kenny McPeak team up, and they're going for another one in the next race. So let's get them out of here really quick. Brian, walk us through the race.
It was just her typical self. You know, she got around the first turn in good order and Kenny and Greg and the guys, they had her well prepared. All I had to do was just kind of stay out of her way. And when she got to the 3/8 pole on her own terms, I kind of thought she'd be tough to beat from that point.
I know I said one question, but you're my only jockey who's won the Indiana Derby, so you guys are looking for 3, huh?
Yeah, of course. You know, we always enjoy coming up here for this race every year. And to be able to win it again, it'd be huge.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Kenny, tell me a little bit about Defining Hope. Did the game plan go the way, did she run the way that you wanted to, or was that how you wanted the race to go?
Yeah, for sure. She's a filly that if you space her races a little bit more, then I think she does a little bit better doing that. She's if you run her back a little quick, then she maybe is not as quick early and doesn't show quite as much energy. But we spaced her going into the Ashland, and she pulled that off. And today we decided to space her races a couple of months coming out of the Cup, Kentucky Oaks, and she ran another bang-up race. And probably going to space her again for the next one. Maybe the Cotillion. There's a chance we'll go someplace else, but really proud of her today.
All right, real quick, I know you got to get over there, but tell us what the game plan is for the Derby.
Well, this horse he's a deep closer. You really can't control anything with him early-wise. You can't make him do something he doesn't want to do. He's going to sit back there and make one run. Pretty uncomplicated. Brian knows him as well, and fingers crossed it sets up for him.
All right, well, I'm glad you guys came, and I'm hoping for you to get a triple. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, guys, the Indiana Oaks goes to Defining Purpose. We are going to run the big race next, the Indiana Derby, so stick around.
Michael Seals, the $3,000 Indiana Derby mega bet winner today here on Indiana Derby Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to Michael Seals, the $3,000 Indiana Derby mega bet winner. And the Indiana Derby is next at 6:40. And they're off. Marlaza came charging out with Flamand. Right there is Defining Purpose, and Taxed is dropping back toward last. As they head toward the first turn, it's Flamand with Defining Purpose, and there's Sandra D now going for an early attack with David Cohen, and it's Sandra D who's taken the top with 7 furlongs to run from the gray Flamand. Brian Hernandez Jr. and Defining Purpose right there close up as they go to the back of the track with Cloak of Mercy now just gaining 4th from Marlaza, who's taken back and settles with the rail in the orange cap. And then we trail back 2 on the outside, Lily Poo, and with Rafael Bejarano, the black-eyed Susan winner. Taxed has dropped back to last. The opening quarter covered in 24.12 seconds. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, it's Sandra D. So Sandra D has put the pace on her shoulders at 54-1. Sandra D takes them to a half mile from home here in the Indiana Oaks. The Fighting Purpose stays laser focused on the long odds leader. Flamand is right there toward the inside. Cloak of Mercy in 4th. Then comes Marlaza in 5th. Lily Poo and Taxed the trailer still. Frontrunner Sandra D. Half mile in 49.06 seconds. They round the far turn. It's Sandra D to reel in. Defining Purpose as Cloak of Mercy starts to make 3-path progress. And here comes Lily Poo. Lily Poo with a 4-path push. Marlaza and Taxed is now getting into top gear. Taxed is fan wide for Rafael Bejarano, but she's picking up steam, Taxed, as they straighten away. 3/4 went in a flat 1:14. Defining Purpose with the rail. 1 furlong to go. Taxed is charging. Marlaza battles. Lily Poo in tight quarters between fillies. These are well clear. They come past the 16th for Brian Hernandez Jr. Defining Purpose holds Taxed. Defining Purpose takes the Indiana Oaks from Taxed. And then Lily Poo with Marlaza, Flamand, Cloak of Mercy, and Sandra D. Letter. once again. Michael Seals, $3,000 Indiana Derby Mega Bet winner. Michael Seals, there you are. Your chance at that Indiana Derby Mega Bet, $3,000 Indiana Derby Mega Bet winner, Michael Seals. There you go.
10 minutes to the Indiana Derby. Brian and I are going to talk about our selections. We're a little nervous because we're on the same horse. The 3 is out of here, as well as the 6. The 9, Georgie W., is off Lasix today. This is the 29th running of the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. It is $300,000 guaranteed 3-year-old stakes, a mile and a 16th. We're both going with the Brad Cox trainee, verifying Marcelino Pedroza aboard. This guy exiting the Matt Winn definitely has been a drying out surface. It hasn't rained, well, a little shower. We're not going to count that. Didn't do much. It looks like it's been playing pretty fairly. What do you think about verifying's chances today, Brian?
I think it was certainly helped when Active Fool scratched, because now he looks like lone speed on the front end, not a lot of other horses. You heard Kenny McPeak talk. I can't change my horse's style coming from off the pace. So when Active Fool comes out, it looks like verifying's race in that early opening quarter to really set the tone and set the pace in this spot at 1-5.
Yeah, our pick is 1-5. I know Brian hates that, but it's definitely something that I think is deserving. We're going to go with your 8 next to talk about, because 6-1. This is kind of like the buzz horse, I'd say, wise guy of the group. Cherie, when I interviewed her the other day when she won a handicap, she said that she had really high hopes for him. He's been training really well coming into this race. Edgar Morales already won on the card and was so close last time out at allowance at Churchill.
Yeah, and sometimes you can read things that aren't even into the form. Like I was taking a look at New York as well with Cherie DeVoe. She had multiple horses out in New York, along with Kenny McPeak. They had horses entered at both Indiana and New York, and it was interesting to see that Cherie was here yesterday. Not sure if she's here today. I'm sure she didn't want to grace the winner's circle and jinx herself earlier today, but Kenny McPeak came here, wins multiple stakes races. Cherie DeVoe was here yesterday. We'll see if she's here today. That's usually a good sign. They chose Indiana over New York when they had horses running on both circuits.
We'll talk about mine here, but I do want to round out your 20-1, who will definitely make up for the 1-5 on top. It's 30-1 right now. I think actually 20-1. Actually, I'm sorry. Alex Ashard for William Walden. I met the owner and trainer. I'm sorry, the owner of this horse going upstairs. They said they had really high hopes. They came out specifically for this race. They got here about an hour ago, and they're excited about his first stakes run. So a win on the debut maiden, a win by 9 lengths, first time with winners, and it seems like an improving horse is a dangerous horse, could just keep those winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's a local connection, and if you're not familiar with William Walden, a name you might want to get familiar with. Very cool story what him and his grooms do on the backside. An awesome story for William Walden. And here with Georgie W., this horse overlooked, but the local charge debuted on the turf, not one of those steam horses, went off at 7-1, and then in an off-turf event, I know ran against a bunch of turf horses, but did it the right way. Looked good, huge run, and the sky could be the limit for Georgie W., regardless of what the results are today.
The 2, Raise Cane, is who I'm going to round it out with in my exacta. Raise Cane against Lua Machado aboard for Ben Colebrook. This is a 3-year-old colt by one of my favorite stallions, Violence. Lemon Drop Kid mare making its 10th start. I thought, honestly, maybe we get more rain, maybe it's an off track. This one's definitely proven itself. We're fast right now, but I still think does have that late closing kick that might be detrimental to the rest of the field, and is for sure dropping down from really tough company. Kentucky Derby, Matt Winn with Verifying. This is a horse that's been racing a lot of classy horses.
I mean, he's run against the top horses, Tapit Trice, Mage, Disarm. You look at his last 3 races, he's run against some of the premier 3-year-olds in the country, and it's one thing to note that they were dual entered. They entered in the Prairie Meadows race as well, and they chose this spot, so they certainly like this position over what they faced up in Iowa.
8-1 right now on Raise Cane. That rounds out my exacta and to round out my trifecta. So after our top selection, we do have quite a different underneath card. So Hayes Strike, Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak. I love this horse. I think that honestly it would be really great for them. They've won 2 derbies together before. This would be their 3rd, Brian said. He's the only jockey in the field that's won an Indiana Derby before. Wouldn't it be great for them to take the Oaks and the Derby?
Not for my tickets, but for them it certainly would be great. And it looks like a lot of people, I mean, this is a huge overlay at this point. Some people like horses that are underlays, other people are looking for overlays. 3-1 in the morning line, and at this point, completely disrespected 12-1.
All right, the jockeys have got the leg up, and they are headed to the track now for the Indiana Derby. We'll be back after John G. Dooley's post parade.
Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for the 12th race. It's the big one of the meet. Grade 3 Indiana Derby to close out the card today. 3 rolls over the fast track here at a mile and a 16th. 7 sophomores run in the 2023 Indiana Derby. Scratch 3 Active Fool and the 6 Stay in Your Lane. Scratch the 3 and number 6. 9 Georgie W racing off Lasix medication. Georgie W number 9 is off Lasix. Horseshoe Indianapolis proudly presents the field for the 29th running of the Indiana Derby. Number 1 is Transect with Gerardo Corrales. As a win on the card for Polo Lobo, riding here for Oxo Ekman LLC of Larry Best. The 3-time winner is Transect in the Red Silks. Here's 2 Raise Cane with Luan Machado, trained by Ben Colebrook. Twice winner Raise Cane is postword for owners. Andrew and Raina Warren. Scratch the 3. 4 on the stage with Luis Fuentes in to ride. Trained by the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen for breeder and owner Mike Rutherford. 2 to 5 on the Son of Justify. Here's Verifying number 5 with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Brad Cox trains postword for the ownership group of Westerberg Limited. This is John Magner, Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, and Jonathan Poulin. 6 withdrawn. 5 Haystrike. Brian Hernandez Jr. going for another winner here on the card for Kenny McPeak. The Center Connect postword here for Dixiana Farms LLC of William Shively. Number 8 is Cagliostro with Edgar Morales. Trained by Cherie DeVoe. Cagliostro, son of Upstart. Postword for owners David and Gordo, Tala Racing LLC, James D. Spry, West Point Thoroughbreds. Those Gold and Black Star Silks. And Nice Guys Stable, Steven Spielman. And 9 is Georgie W. with Alex Achard, trained by William Walden for Ready Made Racing LLC of Frank Taylor's. The field for the 2023 Indiana Derby. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. One more 10-cent grand high five on the card. The Indiana Derby is Central Indiana's biggest summer sporting event and the richest horse race in the state. Since the inaugural running in 1995, the race has grown in status and is part of the prestigious graded stakes lineup each year. 1 minute to post time for the Indiana Derby from Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few minutes to the Indiana Derby. Brian and I thought maybe we would go over some of the horses that we didn't cover in our first initial paddock show. Let's talk about the 1B we didn't really mention. 15 to 1 here, Transcend, Gerardo Corrales, and Paulo Lobo already got together for a win today. This one's coming off a win and a nice allowance here. You got to respect the horses that have ran nice races at the track.
He's got a run over the track. I mean, he really only had one bad start, and it was on a muddy racetrack where he didn't run a lick, and we're on a fast track in here. Looks like he could be a pace setter up against it from a class standpoint, but this horse is overlooked on the board right now. He's 3 for 4 in the career, 15 to 1, and he's going to be pressing the pace. If something happens with your 2 to 5 shot out of the gate, could find himself alone on a loose lead. I think the running line looks a little bit misleading because this is not a horse who just got away with slow fractions last time out. He was pressed, he was pushed on the backside, and he really opened up, had fresh challengers in the lane, and ran away well.
I know he's probably getting a little bit of, I don't want to say ignored. I mean, he is 15 to 1. He's not exactly the longest shot on the board, but he has ran in a grade 3. Gotham's pretty tough, though. 14 horse field, a little different, but didn't do much. Other than that, he's done nothing wrong. So it's a little bit of a question mark. Is he going to run well in the stake? Is that kind of what normally happens to him? We'll see. He's going to definitely be tested today.
Well, he's on the Derby trail, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if he performs well in the Gotham, he goes right to the Derby, comes back at 3, or comes back a little later on in the year and ran very well. And now he comes into this spot, 15-1, down on the rail, and the rail's kind of been a good spot where you want to be.
They're going to the gate, but I got to mention the 4. It's the only one we haven't talked about in the whole field. We can't leave it out because then guess what? It'll win. On the stage, the 4 right now, 19-1 as they head that way. Steve Asmussen, he's having a great year this year. He's 30%, 80% in the money, 87 Brisnet speed figure last time out at Lone Star Park.
And Asmussen usually takes his time with horses, so the fact that he won his maiden special weight, then goes an optional claimer, and then quickly, I'm not sure if this was the plan all along, I'm sure it wasn't, but after 2 impressive victories down there, not only does he ship in, but he ships the rider in as well, as Luis Fuentes coming up from Texas for the mountain here. So disrespect the Hall of Fame trainer at 19-1 at your own peril.
Man, but the 5 verifying, he looked, as you said, I'm going to steal your words. You said in the post parade, they came right by us. He looks the part for sure, and he's 2-5 right now.
Yeah, he's all tightened up. He looks fresh, looks ready to go. I think he doesn't necessarily need the lead. He's not the need the lead type. He had a troubled trip in the Kentucky Derby. And the one thing I remember is even though he really had a disastrous trip, he was the favorite in a lot of those will pays, the daily doubles, the pick threes. He actually took a ton of action in the horizontals on Kentucky Derby Day, came back in the Matt Winn, disarmed, got the jump on him that day, just couldn't run him down. We'll see if anyone's able to get the jump on him today.
They are approaching the gate right now. Let's send it up to John Dooley for the call of the 29th running of the Indiana Derby. Good luck, everyone.
Rachel McLaughlin cheers. Arriving at the gate for the 29th running of the Indiana Derby. This green 3 over the mile and a 16th fast track here. 2-5 on the son of Justify Verify. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for 2-time Eclipse Award winner Brad Cox at the gate. It's post time for the Indiana Derby. Transect was a late paddock shoe repair, with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. verifying facing up to the gate. Transect. Gerardo Corrales has 2 wins here on the card. Verifying, joined now by Transect. We're loading up. Hayes Strike, Brian Hernandez Jr. has won 2 premier races today at Horseshoe Indianapolis for Kenny McPeak. Juan Machado with Race Kane has moved in. Luis Fuentes with On the Stage. Now Edgar Morales, Cagliostro coming up. So stand by at a mile and 16th. One more. Alex Achard with Georgie W. 2-5 on Verifying. They're in the gate. They're off in the Indiana Derby of 2023. And there's Transect from the rail for Gerardo Corrales. Verifying will track Transect to the first turn. Georgie W. strides up into third. Cagliostro go with the Black Star. Race Kane is next as they round the first turn with 7 furlongs to run. We trail back to Hayes Strike and the gray On the Stage. It's Transect. So Transect went to the top. Transect leads, a close-up Verifying as they go to the back of this Horseshoe Indianapolis track with Cagliostro coming up the rail. Georgie W. is 4th on the outside. Race Kane is running in 5th and 4 lengths off this leader Transect as they go up the backstretch. And it's a big break back there to On the Stage, who just relegated Hayes Strike to 7th and last. The quarter for Transect. The 10-1 target for Verifying. 24.19 seconds. Transect with a half mile to go in the Indiana Derby. Verifying stays close to Transect. In the meantime, Cagliostro comes up the rail there for Edgar Morales with Alex Achard, Georgie W. in this leading quartet. Race Kane is 5th. And they have 3 furlongs to go and still to catch Transect. But Verifying is starting his move. And right with Verifying is Georgie W. Then comes On the Stage, and Hayes Strike is well back, being asked to pick up by Brian Hernandez Jr. It's Verifying. Verifying confronted by Georgie W., who's coming with a bid, and Race Kane now picking up on the far outside. They've straightened away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.83 seconds. Verifying Transect. Cagliostro was angled out to a clear path. Ed charging as Race Kane. Georgie W.'s bid is flattened out. It's Verifying. Charging as Race Kane on the outside. Race Kane and Verifying. Verifying digs in. Verifying on the wire in the Indiana Derby with Race Kane. Photo finish. Cagliostro was 3rd, then Transect and Georgie W. After the Indiana Derby, in a running time of 1 minute 43.15 seconds, it has come down to this photo finish. Verifying's win, 143.15, number 5, Verifying at 3-5, first, but only just over the 2, Race Cane at 5-1. A nose between them. After a mile and a 16th, the 8, Cagliostro. 4-1 third, 1, Transect was fourth, and Georgie W. for the grand high 5. Big one of the meet, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. is a 3-time leading rider here, vying for the title in 2023. Takes out the big one of the season here for Brad Cox. Westerberg Limited, Mrs. John Magner, Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, Jonathan Poulin. Son of Justify, justifies those 3-5 odds. Great finish to close out the card here. Quick reminder, our Tuesday racing program off at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Just about at the halfway point of this 2023 race meet. Cheers to all who have joined us here through 48 racing days at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Indiana Derby official. Champions blanket for Verifying. A winner's blanket with the 28 previous winners of the Indiana Derby. Now at its home here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Also having been run at Hoosier Park since the inaugural running in 1995. Once again, cheers to Caesars Equine Specialty Hospital, the sponsors of the winner's circle here today. Of course, our proud sponsors in 2023, High Bar Real Estate, Brown Forman Tequila, Adadora Corbel, and Breed Development. Returning to the winner's circle is the 5, Verifying with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Verifying, a 3-year-old big colt by Justify. Out of Diva Delight by Repent, bred in Kentucky by Hunter Valley and Mount Milek Farm LLC. Brad Cox, the 2-time Eclipse Award winning trainer. Conditions Verifying for the ownership of Westerberg Limited, Mrs. John Magner, Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, and Jonathan Poulin. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Verifying, the Indiana Derby champion of 2023. Results in trophy presentation coming up after the big one. 5-2 exacta $10.40, pentafecta $23.35. $2,883 for the 50-cent late pick 5. 50-cent trifecta, Cagliostro third, 5-8 $7.90. 5-5 grade 3 stakes double, $11.40 after the Indiana Oaks and Derby. Superfecta Transect fourth, 5-8 $6.80. Pick 3 $45.55 after our final 3 premium races. 5-5 double again, the Indiana Oaks and Indiana Derby. 5-5 double for $11.40. $499.55. That 50-cent late pick 4 pays on 404. And again, the 50-cent late fire 5, $2,883.05, 5 of 5. Winner's blanket has the past 28 winners of the Indiana Derby, and Verifying picks up the trophy, winning the 29th running of the Indiana Derby, making the trophy presentation. Senior Vice President and General Manager, Horseshoe Indianapolis, Trent McIntosh. Vice President and General Manager Racing, Eric Hallstrom. Director Racing, Chris Polson. And Assistant Racing Secretary, Chris Kamak. Trophy presentation after the running of the Indiana Derby. And pop goes the Corbel for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Again, cheers to our friends from High Bar Real Estate, Brown Forman Corbel Champagne. And Marcelino pops the cork. It's Verifying in the Indiana Derby. As just noted, live racing will resume here on Tuesday. Our first race post time. No live racing again tomorrow. We'll take a day off after the Indiana Derby. No live racing here on Monday. Again, back on Tuesday with a 2:30 p.m. Eastern post time. You can always follow and tweet us for more. Hope you will on Twitter at HS Indy Racing. We're not on Threads just yet. The post-race show coming up from the winner's circle with Racing Rachel. For now, from the broadcast booth, for me, John G. Dooley, it's a good night.
The Indiana Derby goes to favorite Verifying, Marcelino Pedroza, Brad Cox trains. Marcelino, walk us through the trip. I mean, it looked like it went exactly how you wanted to. He ran the way that he's supposed to. He looked so classy and good in the paddock as well.
Yes, it was. I mean, I thought Brad, the one was gonna go, and I was gonna set right off. We went slow as we can, and when they came to me, I tried to win, and he kind of was playing around a little bit. But when he filled it too, he kind of gave me a little gear to hang up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, because it seemed like he was going good. The two came up beside him, and he kind of kicked into another gear, huh?
A little bit, yeah. When I went left and kind of went out a little bit, and he kind of got another gear.
It was a little close. I didn't know what was going to happen. I'm glad you got it. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you.
All right, Brad, thanks for coming out. I told you snuck in on me. I didn't know you were here today, but man, what a nice horse. I mean, you've won the Indiana Derby before. We've talked about it. You've done a really great job with the horses. You always have high percentages here. So tell me what you're going to do with him next.
We'll talk it over with the Coolmore group. I want to congratulate them. They're here for some of the guys are here for the victory today, so that's big. But we may cut him back in distance. I'm not certain he's thriving at a mile and 16th, and obviously at a mile and an eighth, it kind of seems like he levels off a little bit. But overall, I do think he's a very talented horse. That there's a grade 1 in him. I don't know when and where, but we're going to continue to try. And very proud of the effort today.
All right. Well, thanks so much, and congratulations on the Indiana Derby.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Verifying wins the 29th running of the Indiana Derby. Thank you so much to everyone for coming out. And thanks to Corbel for what was a hilarious champagne spray with Marcelino. Good luck, everyone.
They're off in the Indiana Derby of 2023, and there's Transect from the rail for Gerardo Corrales. Verifying will track Transect to the first turn. Georgie W. strides up into third. Cagliostro go with the Black Star. Race Kane is next as they round the first turn with 7 furlongs to run. We trail back to Hayes Strike and the gray on the stage. It's Transect. So Transect went to the top. Transect leads, a close-up Verifying as they go to the back of this Horseshoe Indianapolis track with Cagliostro coming up the rail. Georgie W. is fourth on the outside. Race Kane is running in fifth, and 4 lengths off this leader, Transect, as they go up the backstretch. And it's a big break back there to On the Stage, who just relegated Hayes Strike to 7th and last. The quarter for Transect. The 10-1 target for Verifying. 24.19 seconds. Transect with a half mile to go in the Indiana Derby. Verifying stays close to Transect. In the meantime, Cagliostro comes up the rail there for Edgar Morales with Alex Achard, Georgie W. in this leading quartet. Race Kane is 5th, and they have 3 furlongs to go and still to catch Transect. But Verifying is starting his move. And right with Verifying is Georgie W. Then comes On the Stage, and Hayes Strike is well back, being asked to pick up by Brian Hernandez Jr. It's Verifying. Verifying confronted by Georgie W., who's coming with a bid, and Race Kane now picking up on the far outside. They've straightened away after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 12.83 seconds, Verifying Transect. Cagliostro was angled out to a clear path. And charging as Race Kane. Georgie W.'s bid is flattened out. It's Verifying. Charging as Race Kane on the outside. Race Kane and Verifying. Verifying digs in. Verifying on the wire. In the Indiana Derby with Race Kane. Photo finish. Cagliostro was 3rd, then Transect and Georgie W.
The results are in for today's contest. Amanda Cohen takes first place and wins $1,000. Joe Knable takes second and wins $500. Nancy Kuzman takes third and wins $400. Brad Lippman takes fourth and wins $300. Craig Callahan takes fifth and wins $200. And lastly, Michael Harmon takes sixth and wins $100. Thanks for playing Indiana Derby Legends at Horseshoe Indianapolis.